Alrighty, well, welcome to this week's Top Ask Us Anything. As usual, it's been a pretty busy news week, but really there's been one piece of news or one news release that I think most of us have been particularly interested in, and that was basically Tesla's AI Day. And in it, amongst many things, they described a few parts about their much vaunted Dojo program. So it basically starts out with what they call a single training node, which has 1,024 gigaflops. That's 1,024 billion floating point operations per second. So that's 1 teraflop. And it's got various other aspects of performance. Now, what they actually do is they then combine 354 of these training nodes for a combined 362 teraflops of performance. And what that all is combined into, once they add some surrounding extraordinarily fast communications circuitry, is their what they call the D1 chip. And that's a flip chip package BGA chip. And that chip has 362 teraflops of ability. That is much faster than the world's fastest supercomputers were just a few years ago. Then what they do is you've got your basic chip. They then created a training tile. Now this thing actually has 25 of the D1 chips on board. It has the ability to reject 15 kilowatts of heat. And believe it or not, because this thing actually runs at less than 1 volt for all the logic circuitry, actually consumes up to 18,000 amps. Wow. Just think about that for a moment, 18,000 amps. I think from memory, they feed it with about 59 volts of DC in the bottom. And basically they convert DC electricity into 15 kilowatts of heat. And in the meantime, they do a stupendous amount of processing in this tile. So this tile can do 9 petaflops. So 9, now I have got a peta definition, and peta is 10 to the, and I don't have it in front of me. Anyway, it's a lot of operations, and I'll look that up in a sec. So that wasn't good enough. What Tesla then decided to do was basically combine it. Here's actually a training tile with the 25 5x5 array. This obviously hasn't got all the heat sinks and power supplies on it. This is the basic tile. They then develop a training matrix, which is 2 lots of 3 tiles as a tray, and then they have 2 trays in a cabinet. And this does 100 plus petaflops. And then they basically combine 120 training tiles, which is 3,000 D1 chips, into what's called an exapod. So this does 1.1 exaflops of operation. And that is what they basically are using. Well, that's what Dojo is this exapod. And it's basically the world's fastest AI training computer. It's got 4 times the performance, and this is at the same cost, 30% better performance per watt. So the energy it consumes per floating point operation is less, and it's a 5 times smaller footprint. Of course, that's not really enough, because there is now a roadmap. This is the Gen 1, 1.1 exaflop. The next generation Dojo will basically be 10 times better, as if this wasn't good enough. And another announcement that Tesla basically made is that they're going to create one of these, which was sort of the one other thing. So this is going to be Tesla's humanoid robot. And it might be better to discuss it later on, but the scope of use for this robot will be immense. And it doesn't just open up Tesla to another, I don't know what you call it, greenfields source of income, but the way they can leverage this robot initially for their own use in their own manufacturing plants to build cars more efficiently and other things is just stupendous. But it's something we'll get into a little bit later on. Right now, it's probably a good time. I think I'd like to welcome a couple of new faces, and I do recognize one because I did meet this face earlier on this afternoon. So it's a big welcome to Sam. Sam, you've got a new Model 3. Tell us about it.
Yes, I do. I've only had it for 2 days, so I don't know much about it. I know that I've got a charger now. I've been sitting and watching it go from 10% to 25% on my power, which was frustrating. So I had a power cable put in, but when I bought the car, I said, so this will all work fine. And I showed him a picture of the outlet and he said, yeah, that'll be fine. And then I talked to the technician on the day I picked it up and said, that won't be any good. So I probably should have talked to you guys before all that. But now I have a charger of some description, which I don't know what it's called. But it's now done in 2 hours what it took all night to do yesterday. So I'm pretty pleased with that. I've booked in a holiday down south, so I really needed this thing. So now I'm going to do the range anxiety as I drive down with my 3 boys. So that'll be fun. But I'm interested to hear about it and learn about these things. So thanks for inviting me along, Harold. It's really good.
Sam, was that an SR Plus you said you'd got?
No, I got the long range.
Oh, look, you won't have any range anxieties. I've got an SR Plus and go down south frequently and you will have no problems. You've got 1,500 free kilometres, I'm assuming. So
I didn't do that. I didn't know about that.
Oh, well. There are several places.
Don't rub it in.
There's several places en route. Treendale and Eton. Treendale is probably slightly cheaper than Eton, and that will charge your long range at, well, you won't need more than about 15 minutes there before you can move on again. And then down Bustleton Way and Margaret River Way, there's a heap of charges.
Yeah.
Sam, there's a better chance that you'll get bladder anxiety before you get range anxiety. in a Tesla long range Model 3 going down south.
Yeah, my kids are 6, 8, and 10, so I'm lucky to make 100 Ks before someone needs to go to the dunny. So I'm not too worried about stopping for a bit. Yeah, I was looking. One of my questions was, I mean, are the servos going to start having EVs on them or not? Do you think? Like, there's a
actually, Ample made an announcement not long ago. They've been one of the recipients of the RENA funding, the federal government's agency. ARENA stands for Australian Renewable Energy Agency. So in WA, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Harold, was it 40?
35,
sorry, yeah. But unfortunately, all of them are pretty much in the metropolitan area. But actually, there was a news article in the Sydney Morning Herald this morning talking about Jolt, a new network in Australia being, they were talking about 5,000 chargers being rolled out across the whole of Australia. They've got a big injection of cash
for something like
BlackRock.
100 million they were going to inject, wasn't it?
Yeah. BlackRock's the biggest fund manager in the world.
I've been involved in a couple of service stations just as with clients, and what I've learned from that is that they make no money out of fuel. It's just a loss leader, and so I'm surprised that they're not pivoting. Right? I mean, you get someone sitting there for half an hour to buy a sausage roll and chips, and I'm surprised that, and I kind of wonder whether is that the whole play with Musk just selling power. This is all just about making more consumers.
Well, there's no the point with the petrol with the fuel companies is it undermines their business model because they are expert at liquid fuel delivery. So they have a whole infrastructure based around that. Their business model is based around that. I think they fear somehow that if they provide electric vehicle charging, then somehow people won't use petrol at those stations. But of course, and that will be true in 20 years' time when the entire fleet has changed over. But if every single petrol station had a fast DC charger, it wouldn't really manifestly change the turnover of petrol, but it would change their turnover in terms of electricity to a lesser extent, but also the other consumables such as snacks, coffee, and all the things
So
that,
they
like
must
you
be
say, they make
stopping
money
the
on.
franchisees from doing that, because
Yes.
people who own the servos, they'd want as many people coming in as possible, right? So
Yes, but perhaps now with Ampol being the first mover, of course, then hopefully all the other fuel companies, the head lessors will come to the party.
Well, Shell have already done it in the UK, so
Yes, yep. And BP as well, I think.
and BP, yep.
This reminds me very much of the 1980s. I was in pharmacy. We had a very healthy business in Kodak film, sales of cameras and photography. And we were fat, dumb and happy. And along came a company that was making tape recorders who thought, hello, I can make digital cameras. No one saw it coming. And in 15 years, there was no Kodak.
yeah.
Guess what? Kodak actually invented the charge coupled device.
Indeed, they did.
Really?
So it's quite
There's some
ironic.
irony in that.
Fate loves irony.
Yeah.
It sure does. It sure does. Indeed. Now, welcome, Darian. I think you might be new. So if you are, welcome. And feel free to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Gus. Yeah, I am new. I've had the car for about a month and been watching the group pretty closely. Sorry, I've just downloaded Zoom, so I'm just getting used to all the control settings on it. So yeah, happy to listen and learn. So thanks for having me.
Cool. And you've got a Model 3?
I do. Yeah, got a white Model 3, white interior, and it's going well.
Awesome. Awesome.
And which version, Darian?
I got the performance.
Nice.
Only because there's only one left. I actually, I really wasn't in the market. Just a quick story. I wasn't in the market for buying a new car, but I got such a good second-hand price on the car that I had before. I had a Golf, and I just thought, yeah, let's get involved in electric. So I went for that, and I had done a bit of research on the Teslas before, and yeah, thrilled to have the car, and yeah, a happy driver.
Fantastic. Now, Sam, you were mentioning earlier about range anxiety. Something that can alleviate that is if you go into your control and you navigate to your destination, and then you press this up arrow here at the bottom.
Yeah.
And what that does brings up a secondary menu, and you go to energy and then trip. And obviously you have to have started a trip for this bit to come up. But what it will do is it'll plot what you currently have in your battery pack all the way down to your destination. And it actually, you can see how it's a little bit sort of flat at the bottom there. That's because basically there's a slight downhill trip at the very bottom. So this trip computer actually takes into account elevation differences. So if you're going up hills, down hills.
Okay.
So it'll actually plot what it predicts you'll have left at your destination. So you don't have to sort of worry as to whether or not your car's going to make it. Your car will effectively tell you how it's projecting. Now, there are a couple of things it won't model, things such as the roughness of the road. So if it's got a chip seal, very rough sort of finish, that'll consume a bit more energy than expected. Or if you've got prevailing winds either in your face or at your back. But this trip graph can sort of help alleviate that anxiety. But obviously going anywhere down south these days with Eton and Treendale, you can just top up quite quickly, and you don't have to worry about it.
It got me. There's one question I did have to do with the braking. I guess I'm kind of used to chucking the car in neutral if I'm at the top of a hill. So I know that's a setting, right? In terms of long range driving, are you better off having the car regenerating or not regenerating?
Oh yes, absolutely. So if you take your foot off the accelerator, in fact, the regen is fixed. There is no set. There used to be a setting for the degree of regen.
Right.
If you go into the settings for driving, I think it's actually the driving menu.
I've still got that as an option, either standard or low, Harold.
I thought it was an option.
Oh, okay. In this car, it's, oops. Sorry, this thing's just playing up a little bit.
Stopping more.
There's not the option.
Oh,
What's roll?
So roll
is neutral.
So that doesn't regen.
That means if you stop at the lights, it won't stop. It'll just roll through the traffic lights.
So if you take your foot off, the brake, it won't stop. It'll just, if it's a downslope, the car will just gently,
It'll
or
go
downslope.
forward or backwards depending on the angle of the hill you're on.
Yeah.
So if you're on a hill this way, we'll roll backwards, and just like being in neutral in your car.
Okay.
And then creep, it'll behave like it was an automatic transmission, whereby when you're sort of at a standstill, it'll apply a little bit of forward torque, so it feels familiar like an automatic transmission, which can be useful if you're doing very slow speed maneuvers, sort of complex, parking maneuvers where you don't need to blip the accelerator to move forward. The car just naturally creeps forward. And then hold is when you take your foot fully off the accelerator, the car will come to a stop, like a complete stop, and then hold it, and it will do that on a hill, and it won't roll back. Bearing in mind, when you're actually driving, you can actually, if you put a little bit more pressure on the brake pedal, you'll see a little H symbol with a circle around it, and that's the brake hold, which many modern cars have these days, in which case, if it was on a hill, it won't roll back or forwards until you then blip on the accelerator to move off. But in terms of regen or driving, you'll get used to predicting when the car will come to a stop, and you'll be able to maximize the amount of regen you sort of get as you're slowing down to, say, a set of red lights or a stop sign or something like that.
Yeah,
but in general terms, just drive smoothly. So not too much right pedal and not
Haven't
too
been
much
doing much of that today.
Well, I mean, you've got to get it out of your system. They're awesome cars, and they're a lot of fun. And I mean, we're only talking about efficiency. Obviously, they are there to have fun with safely. But yeah, if you want to get absolute maximum range, then it's mainly smoothness. So not too much right pedal and very little or no left pedal.
I read a study that if you are in need of charge, 70 kilometers is the sweet spot in terms of battery, conservation versus how far you're going to get.
Right.
Sitting at about 70, but anything to do with rain or wind, they're the biggest ones that's going to affect the calculations.
And the temperature as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, temperature.
And weight of the car, is that going to, I'm going to add kids and
throw
stuff.
the kids out for sure. Throw the kids out and be fine.
Everything's the same. I mean, you can't, change physics. Everything is the same as it would be with a petrol car. It's just that obviously you notice it more because you've got your trip meter right there on the screen in front of you in an EV. Everything except the regen braking changes the equation in that an EV is more efficient in the city and less efficient on the highway, which is the opposite. It's because of regen braking. But yeah, that's the opposite to an ICE car. But everything else, is the same.
And Sam, there's one app that you really do need, and that's PlugShare.
Yeah, I think did I get that today, Harry?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm still trying to get my head around it.
Yeah, that will show
That was
you.
one of my questions, is that I mean, I bought a cable today and I'm grateful for getting access to that. But is this like going somewhere without a cable? Is that going to be the future? It seems really weird that, you know, they don't have cables. So if Type 2 is so universal, why don't they all just have a bloody cable on them?
The main thing is because of, actually, let's take this off. The main reason is that if you look at, say, a Tesla destination charger, which has the charger and a cable and then the plug,
yeah,
well, that's highly susceptible to vandalism, because what people unfortunately do is they unholster the plug, grab the cable halfway through, swing the head of or swing the plug like a cat and smash it on the ground. And unfortunately, that then renders it useless. So a lot of Type 2 charging stations are what's called untethered. So they just have a socket which you then plug your cable into, so that you bring your cable with you, and it's that charger is less likely to be severely vandalized because it's got less interesting extremities on it, basically. Yeah, so that's how it goes. But if you're getting back to PlugShare, there are still quite a few locations where there are tethered chargers, and they're mainly or almost exclusively the Tesla destination chargers. So in your filter, if you just look up Tesla and then get rid of everything else, this will, and by the way, this is also in your map. So in fact, I'll just show you that as well. When you bring up on your touch screen, so if you get out of the main controls, you'll see that there's a lightning bolt symbol in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, yeah.
So when you press on that, it'll basically show nearby chargers and also the nearby superchargers as well, which a little while ago, there was only one nearby, which was Bunbury, but now we've got one in Karrinyup and also one in Williams.
Which is basically working at the moment. No,
it's not, and we'll get to that a little bit later as well. But basically, this will show that the lightning bolt symbol or the charger symbol on the map on your car will show Tesla destination chargers and superchargers only. So you can obviously see there's one in Baldivis, Preston Beach, Mile Up, and there are quite a few in the city. So they are all tethered Tesla destination chargers, which you get on your car. But if you go to PlugShare, it will also show you the destination chargers, but then you can change your filters. So what you should have as a standard car with no adapters or anything is supercharger, Tesla, and then you won't see it here, but you've got to go to other plugs, and it's CCS. So supercharger, Tesla, CCS, and then basically this will show all of the places you can charge your car without any adapters whatsoever. And bearing in mind, there are some, I've got restricted turned on. You can turn that off because some of these are just simply not available, or many of the restricted areas are not available to members of the public.
Gotcha.
So, and obviously you've got the Williams supercharger there, which I'm not even sure there's any photos. Oh yeah, there are some photos. So
that's by Tesla, obviously.
That's done by Tesla. Yeah. So that's only available to Tesla at this stage. That's the equal fastest supercharger location, same as Karrinyup. If in your long range, or anyone with a long range Model 3 that has a low state of charge, say about 10% ish, and a nice warm battery, in about 10 minutes, you'll add nearly 200 kilometers of range to your car. So you could be quite low at Williams, and in less than 10 minutes, you'd have enough energy to get to Perth.
Yeah, right.
You know, it's a remarkable thing.
So
So
they're getting better.
yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, one
Because at DC, it's not, doesn't matter about a charger. Is that how that works? Doesn't matter about your adapter.
No, so the DC is directly connected to your battery effectively by straight to your battery, whereas the AC charging relies on your onboard car charger, which in Model 3s are 11 kilowatts.
Yeah.
So that's the fastest the car can go. Whereas on DC charging, fast DC charging, it's more limited. Well, there is a bit of limit to your battery, but a long range can charge at about 210, 220 kilowatts extraordinarily quickly. SR Plus in the high 180, 90s, thereabouts. One thing you should do though, this is more noticeable in winter, or let's call it autumn, winter and spring, is you should precondition your battery. So the way you do that is actually navigate. Sorry, that's just not working very well. You actually navigate. So what you should do is then navigate to the pin. So you actually click on the pin and then go navigate, and you'll get a message that says preconditioning car or preconditioning for fast charging. So what that does is actually it uses a bit of the battery's energy to actually heat it up. So it actually deliberately heats the battery to get it to a nice warm state where it can charge quicker.
What are you talking about? Where? Navigate?
Yes, so
Doesn't
you
make any
navigate.
sense. What?
So, sorry?
Navigate to what?
To the supercharger.
Oh,
So-
right.
So see this red pin here. If you click
Yeah.
on that pin, and there'll be like a little screen that comes up, a little description. It'll say, you know, Eaton supercharger, 6 stalls, 6 out of 6 stalls available. And there'll be like there'll be this sort of little symbol, this little arrow sort of symbol. And if you press on that, it will then navigate the car to the supercharger
And warm it up.
if it's cold. Now, if you say left from Perth and you navigated to Eaton, it probably wouldn't start heating the battery pack until past Mandurah, because it doesn't need to heat it all this other way, just sort of the last 50 kilometres or so, or thereabouts. Depending on how cold the battery pack is, it might be that the pack is warm enough to get great charging, in which case it won't bother heating it. And sometimes it doesn't actually heat it, it just reduces the level at which it's being cooled, so it naturally warms up, ready for charging.
Okay.
Harold, would I be able to just quickly change subject if I can for a second,
Yes.
while we still have everyone's attention? I'm not sure if you can bring it up, the Mondo meet on Saturday. So yeah, just wanted to let everyone know. Sorry, you were going to say something, Harold?
And I was just trying to work out how to bring it up. That's okay. I will.
Oh, it's on our Facebook page.
Yes.
That might be the easiest. Yep. So yeah, so just wanted to let everyone know there's still a thing with so there's 2 ways that you can attend the event. So one is just come and say hello, just as any other casual meetup. But you can also attend. There's 2 nougat making classes, one at 9:30 and one at 10:30. It's $45 and per person, and that includes coffee and tea. We're just trying to support Mondo Nougat a little bit. They put in Rob tells me it was the second destination charger in Perth, and it's been there just over 5 years. Rob was the first to charge there. I noticed on the website, I don't know if we have Rob. Yeah, Rob, you're here. Maybe you can mention when you charged your Model S the first time. Was it on the 5th of August in 2016? Am I getting that right?
Yeah, so it wasn't the second destination charger in Perth, but it was one of the first ones where they actually chased up the destination charger. They saw the benefit of putting a charger in. Whereas the first few destination chargers in Perth, basically we had owners or Tesla actually begging people to install them. So these guys were proactive. So when I charged there, yeah, it was August 6, 2016, and they actually printed a photo of my car on the Nougat, on the packet.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, they're great people, really, really lovely people.
Yeah, and look, they were a little bit unfortunate. They had an experience with a EV owner who rang him up and asked them if the charger was working, as he was going to be going past there and was hoping to charge. He got there, and so the owner told him that he doesn't have a Tesla, so there's no way for him to know for sure. But both green lights, there's 2 destination chargers there. Both green lights were on. So he said, look, both green lights are on, but I don't have a Tesla, so I can't tell you for sure. The guy turned up and the chargers weren't working. So he decided to come in and abuse the owner. And if that wasn't enough, he decided to send him an abusive email afterwards. So when he told me the story, just felt a little bit sorry for him. Try to assure him that that's definitely the minority. And yeah, we had an event. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it, but we had an event at Mondo Nougat. Was it a few months ago? I think it was about 3 months ago from memory. But yeah, I just thought, it'd be great to support him. And I know he's looking at. Not sure if I should be disclosing it. I'm sure it shouldn't matter, but I know he's looking at getting a Tesla himself at some stage too. The owner there. So just thought it'd be great to support him.
That's no surprise. I just came from a nice Italian restaurant, and one of the gentlemen there is hot for a Tesla and wants to take one for a drive. So it's happening everywhere, Pete.
Absolutely. So so I think we're about half sold out, but
what I was going to say is we've actually got 16. So each slot is there are 2 sessions of 16 capacity. We've got 14 in one session, 12 in one session and 4 in the other. So we can actually just move those 4 into the one session. So we have just one session. Or if we can find another, say, dozen or so people, then we can certainly have the 2 sessions running. So I guess it's a matter of, if a few people want to pile in, that's awesome. If not, we sort of have got enough for one combined session.
And 16 would probably be the maximum for any one session. So if there's more demand for one session rather than another, or if there's not enough in one of the sessions, then maybe we can just shuffle a few people around if they'd be willing. I'm happy to go into any session, but try and even out the sessions a bit.
Yeah, if you actually book, it does show what's available. So for instance, at the 9:30 there are 12 tickets available, and for the 10:30 session there are 4. And then general attendance, that's just let us know that you're coming, not to actually make Nougat, but to just to participate in coffee and cake and just hang out.
They do that very, very well.
Yes, absolutely.
The coffee and the cake, I mean.
Yes.
I'm going at 10:30, which I didn't quite catch, which is nearly full.
The 10:30 has 4 slots available, and the 9:30 has 12.
Mm-hmm.
So now to get onto that, you can just jump on to Facebook if you haven't got the email that I sent last week. So some newer members, you will not have gotten that email yet. So feel free to jump on Facebook, which, I'll just try and find, is right here. And in fact, there it is. Pete has actually shared that on that's featured on our Facebook page. Speaking of Pete as well, a great segue is that I think often Pete will probably get to the bathroom second after his lovely wife, and she's probably had a shower and the mirror is all frosted over. So Pete doesn't get to have a good look at himself. So then every now and then he gets his face in the paper, which is a very good effort there, Pete. It's all good. In fact, you've got two faces. You're in stereo, which is even better, with some other, I don't know, some other minor wannabe in the lower left-hand corner.
Yeah.
So,
That's Nigel's friend, isn't it?
oh, it's, I don't know, some aspiring, oh, I don't know, he's got some weird t-shirt, I don't know.
He's trying to muscle in on my gig there. That's what it is.
I did read that today. It wasn't exactly what I wanted to read after I just bought a car, but
Actually,
go, Pete.
no, I was just going to say, so we're in a very enviable position, and Rob Dean has got a lot to be thanked for this, in that the West actually reached out and asked us for comment. Like all the news outlets, they feel obliged to obviously cover this because it's been a big story worldwide. As I've mentioned in the article, my opinion is it's a bit of a storm in a teacup. But, if this was to do with a Volvo or any other car maker, or, to do with their adaptive cruise control, they would have the same outcome, if not worse. But because it's Tesla, everyone covers it. We're just really fortunate that a mainstream media outlet like the West, reached out to us and actually presented, put the whole investigation into context. And because there's a lot of journalism outlets out there who just love to jump on the hate Tesla wagon and and publish all sorts of nonsense. So really glad that that was the outcome.
yeah, I thought it read well just as an outsider. So you obviously you pushed a pretty good case there. Having not met you before tonight, I thought you did well to turn a clickbait sort of story into something that wasn't sensational.
Oh, thanks, Sam. And yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's a good way to put it. It was a clickbait story. I thought they just wanted a quote. I had no idea that'd be a photo of me, let alone two. But not that I'm complaining. But it's good that
And you're smiling in both of them, Peter. You're smiling in both shots. You're a happy Tesla owner. It's good.
Actually,
is there any other?
It's such a nothing story.
I haven't met one.
Yeah.
I think the placement of this gentleman's photo is inappropriate, because it should have been in between these two photos. You can go, these are my two best mates. There's Pete here and Pete there.
With the two thumbs.
That's right. The sub-editors, they just got to get this stuff right. I don't know. Oh, well. A little bit of positive criticism of the West Australian there for their layout. But good job, Pete. That was a very good job. And
just wondering, Peter, when are you available to sign autographs? Is that this weekend or?
Russell, you know how we've got a try booking set up? I think I might have to set up one of those, and you might just have to take a ticket, mate, and line up.
Actually, no. Look,
it's called a meet and greet.
No, Pete's being too modest. He's actually set up some NFTs, some non-fungible tokens.
Yeah, they're going for $5 million each.
No, it's only a few Bitcoin. Look, it's not much. Some might ask for thousands of dollars. Pete just wants 1 or 2 Bitcoins each. It's okay. Very modest man. Dear. Now, I think we need to welcome some new people. I've got Susie. Welcome. And Chris. I think, Chris, you've been on before, but hello, Chris.
Hello, actually, first time for me.
Oh, welcome. Welcome. Tell us about your Model 3.
So proud new owner. Only just got it in the June shipment. I've been pretty happy with it since. I've been umming and ahhing it for a while because I've always been I hate to say the petrol head. I've always had nice petrol ice cars, I should say, but finally decided to make the jump and couldn't be happier.
Cool. Most people in this room, their single regret with their Tesla purchase is simply that they didn't do it earlier.
I'm thinking about that as well, but yeah,
No,
I'm glad I did it this time. So
Cool. They are just awesome cars. And details. So color of your Model 3.
I bought the midnight silver with the white interior.
Nice.
And SR Plus at this stage, simply because I actually wanted the LFP batteries, but
Yes.
probably to go to either the long range or performance, want the 4860 batteries going, or 4680 batteries.
4680s. Well, they're not out yet. So
so that's why I decided just to stick with the LFP ones for now.
cool. And as you know, one of the great things with the LFP batteries, and this is a good thing to actually do when you're charging your car, is when you set your charge level. So we'll just quit out of this screen into the standard screen, and then you basically go into the charging setup. And when you set your limit on an LFP made in China car, you'll see it just has 50%, 100%, and tick marks between. If you have a long range Model 3 or a performance Model 3, just above the 50%, you'll see the word daily, and near the 100%, you'll see the word trip. So for the standard range plus made in China cars with this sort of marking, you can charge your car all day, every day at 100%. Otherwise, if you've got a long range or a performance Model 3 or an older non-Chinese standard range plus, which has the word daily and trip, then you should set it to 90% for daily charging, or less for daily charging. So that's just a little pro tip for everyone out there that's a new owner. Now, if you've got the cars where you should charge to 90%, there's absolutely nothing wrong with on a road trip, say in the morning that you're going to leave, to move the slider up to 100% for a road trip. But what you shouldn't do is leave it festering at 100% on those larger battery packs for more than more than necessary. So, an hour or so is completely fine, but you wouldn't want to leave it festering overnight. Now, if you have done that by accident, it's totally fine. It's not going to kill the battery pack. Just don't do it regularly. So that's one little pro tip. Now, something else that all new owners should be aware of is you should Google Synergy EV tariff. So what that is Synergy are offering a discount to EV owners. The caveat here is that you have to have actually purchased the EV in your own name as a natural person and not in a business name. But if you've got it in your own name, just Google Synergy EV tariff. What Synergy does, the standard A1 tariff domestic tariff is about 29 cents per kilowatt hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. On the EV tariff, you get that same 29 cents per kilowatt hour, but from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. in the morning, I think it's every day, you get a 30% discount. So the tariff then becomes roughly 20 cents per kilowatt hour from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. That doesn't just apply to you charging your car, it applies to the whole house. So if you've got air conditioners running in a cold winter's night or a hot summer's night, they also get the same discount, or anything else you run at that time. So unless you're on a very particular grandfathered special tariff, that Synergy EV tariff is virtually a no-brainer. It does cost about $100. Sorry? It does cost about $100 to reprogram your meter, or I think it's the same fee if they have to change your meter. But then I do believe that you get a monthly rebate, which virtually pays that back in several months' time anyway. So it's
I'm
really
pretty sure you get a $200 upfront bonus as well, which mostly offsets the cost of the meter upgrade or the meter reprogramming. And then, yeah, you get the monthly 10 kilowatt hours for free as well.
So
Yeah, I've literally just done it, and it was $97 either way to reprogram or to buy the new meter. Same price either way.
Yep.
And then you get, as Rod said, you get a $200 credit, but it's monthly or quarterly. It's spread over the year. And then you get the free kilometers equivalent as well. So that 95 is paid for many times over.
What's the free kilometers? Where? How does that work?
You just get so many kilowatts.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so they say it's 60 kilometers for free.
Yeah,
but it's just 10 kilowatt hours knocked off your bill.
Yeah, based on typical usage they've looked up.
Yeah, and Harold, Darian had his hand up.
Oh, Darian, sorry, yes, do please butt in.
Thanks very much. I'll just got all the settings working, so I'm actually sitting in the car. It's been really helpful. Just jumped in and was following exactly what you guys are doing. Just a couple of things from my point of view. I've been rejected 3 times from Synergy. Called them on Wednesday last week, and apparently it was the Department of Transport that hasn't actually allocated the car correctly as an EV. So if anyone does have the same problem, it's probably a Department of Transport not assigning your car as an EV. But that wasn't my question. My question was, when you hit the right-hand button and you talk into the car and say, please call, or just call my mom, or call the person's name, is there a way that it can just call directly to that favorite number, or would it always come up on the screen where you've got to have the person's name and then scroll down to the number that you want to call?
Oh, so in other words, it will give you the suggestion on the screen, and then you've got to press it for it to actually ring.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I just didn't know whether I was doing anything wrong. I just, coming off Android Auto, when you call someone like that, it'll just normally call the favorite number that's assigned to that person. But that's fine if that's the way it's assigned and programmed. No problem at all.
Yeah, one problem. Oh, it's not a problem, but one idiosyncrasy. Well, one thing that Tesla doesn't do is they don't have Apple CarPlay or Android integration. So the voice recognition is actually done by the car/Tesla network, and then interpreted, and then via your Tesla app in your phone or Bluetooth, it then directs it. So I guess it does that one bit of confirmation to make sure that what it thought you said is what you meant before actually ringing.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's just a it's a different system, so it's just a case of getting used to getting used to the next couple of weeks. But thanks, that's great.
Cool, no worries.
I've just looked at my electric bill, and it's 3 kilowatt hours you get free per quarter.
3 kilowatt hours.
Yeah.
All right. Is that like $10?
That's 20 kilometers of range you get on the Model 3, roughly.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's free.
Better than a poke in the eye, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
So I can put my pool pump. I mean, I probably talk to my neighbours, but I can put the pool pump on at night.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m., the great thing is it's not as if there's a sub meter connected to your car charger. The entire house gets that reduced cost. So if you want to, like, if you've got, say, I've got a hot water service, like
underfloor heating and cooling.
Yes.
Which runs off a heat pump, and I run it for 4 hours a day. Heats my house, but I run it when the solar panels are running. But
yes,
I can flip it so I charge my car during the day and
or if you've got a crappy day, you can push it to the night time with the cheaper tariff.
Yeah, pretty noisy though. I probably won't do that.
Well, you can do it on a stormy night.
Yeah, maybe.
I hear it.
When it's raining, maybe.
But yeah, so synergy. That's one thing that would be awesome if Tesla could tell everyone when they get their cars, is do Google the Synergy EV tariff, because in most situations it's literally a no-brainer.
And they're just trying to move energy off the peak, right? So it's a win for them.
It's a price signal. It's a classic. And the great thing about EVs is they are a discretionary load. You don't care. It's a little bit like your mobile phone. You don't care when you go to bed whether your phone charged up in the next 10 minutes or in the next 6 hours, as long as when you wake up in the morning, it's nice and full.
And is that something you set on the charger or the?
Yes. Yes, you can. Right. So what you can do is when you're into your charging screen. So we'll just get back to our standard screen. You just use the little up arrow on the bottom, and then go to charging, and then you can go to schedule. So you can have a scheduled departure, or you can have scheduled charging. So let's say if we go to scheduled charging, you can actually tell it when to start charging. So here it's set for midnight. So you could set that at 2300, which would be 11 o'clock. So then it will start charging. And obviously, because most cars don't do many kilometers per day, it will finish well before the 4 a.m. Higher tariff. On the other hand, you can actually go to scheduled departure. And this is a slight complication, but this basically, you're telling the car when you want to leave in the morning. Now, what scheduled departure can do under the settings is actually precondition the car, which means it'll turn the air conditioner on. So the car is either nice and toasty warm in winter or nice and cool in summer. But you can also do off-peak charging. So then you can actually change the off-peak hours, and you can tell the car when your off-peak rate ends. So in this case, you change this to 4 a.m. And say if you had, if you said you wanted to leave at 8, but you changed, but you had the off-peak time finishing at 4, then the car would make sure it was fully charged to whatever level you set. Say, let's call it 90%. It would make sure it was charged by 4 a.m. and then say at 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours later, it would then make sure it was nice and warm or cool for you by the time you were due to leave at 8 a.m. or whatever time you set. So unfortunately, Tesla doesn't do, you can't have a start-stop span. They don't have that setting in the charging menu. So you can't say start charging at 11 and no matter what happens, stop charging at 4 a.m. Tesla just don't have that feature. You either tell it to start charging at 11 or you say, start charging whenever you want, but make sure you're finished by 4. And it will sort of back calculate according to how much energy is in your pack as to when it needs to start charging to be finished at the time you set.
And is it, if it was finished by say 3 a.m., I assume it doesn't lose any power till 8, like negligible?
Well, actually, that's another setting in the car. So if all the Model 3s now, the new Model 3s have what's called Sentry Mode, which you can find if you hit the car menu button, lower right-hand corner, and you go to safety and security, and you scroll down, you've got Sentry Mode. Now, what Sentry Mode does is it uses the full self-driving computer and the 8 cameras and ultrasonic sensors, and it will, if it detects a threat nearby, so someone walking really close to the car or actually hitting the car, it will record video clips and store it on a USB device that's in your glove box. So that consumes about 250 watts continually if it's running. So in a 24-hour period, that'll consume 6 kilowatt hours, which on SR Plus is about 11 or 12% of the battery pack. In a long range, it's probably 8 or so %. So if you're in a long range, overnight, you'll lose about 4% of the battery pack. So no, a bit more than that. Oh no, that's about right. No, about 4%. If it's an SR plus, you'll lose around 6% overnight. So it doesn't take too many days. If you're on holidays, your car will go quite low, down to 20%, and then it will stop running Sentry Mode. But what you can do, if you've, say, got a secured garage, is exclude home. So you can tick this box to exclude home. And say if the same situation is at work, you can also exclude work. And you can also separately exclude favorites. So if there are places where they're quite secure and you might keep the car for quite a long time, you can actually save a fair bit of what they call vampire drain by turning Sentry Mode off or excluding it from being on in certain places where the car is intrinsically safe.
Thanks. That's really good information, guys. Just on charging as well. I've spoken to the people that I'm working for, and the building management have come to me and said, what would be the perfect solution for charging? They want to make 4 bays sort of a round robin basis that people can go and charge their cars, and they don't want to really be stuck with $30,000 or $40,000 charging points. My take to them was, just get the people who own the cars to plug their plugs in and then charge the car from there. But obviously it's DC, and I said to them it'd be worthwhile having a faster charge rate. What would your take be on giving them advice as to what these 4 bays should have?
Okay, so the 4 bays are for the owners, for tenants?
The 4 bays the people who own EVs in the building,
yes.
And people would come and go as they choose and just top up their car. They would also have another spot in the building that they would go and park it off they finish charging.
Is it it's a residential place?
No, this is a company on St George's Terrace in the building.
Oh, okay, right, cool. Sorry, yes, okay, cool. Look, there are quite a few options. Yeah, you can get any number of EVSEs, and an EVSE literally stands for electric vehicle service equipment, but it's basically the car charger. Well, it's not technically a charger, but basically where you get the power from. And there are various setups. So there are several service providers such as ChargeFox, NextCharge, EV, and a few others that you use an app to start a charging session. You obviously preload a credit card into the app so you can pay for the electricity being used. Because the presumption is that the people using this will pay for that energy. I presume it's not as a fringe benefit.
No, they're not. The building management team just want to provide 4 bays, and are going to charge electric vehicles, and they just want to provide that with the best possible way to charge those vehicles. So
yes,
what I've said is just provide DC plugs on the side that.
No, you don't need DC. So, but the most important point, first point is, do they want to charge? Do they want to send people do they want to recover the cost of the electricity being put into the cars? Are they making the drivers pay for that service?
No, it's free service.
Right, free. Okay. Then all they need to do is get an inexpensive EVSE. So you can get them for as little as about $1,000 less. Or actually, Tesla, if they were going to be mainly Tesla cars or only Tesla cars, you can buy a charger from Tesla for $780, and that can be single phase or 3-phase, and they can just install 4 of those on the wall or adjacent to the bays. Job done.
Harold, just an update on that, because JT and I tested the Gen 3 HPWC on my Kona, and so those chargers can be set up. I mean, those EVSEs can be set up to charge all cars, and I reckon it'd be a fantastic solution. Yeah.
Right, and you've confirmed on your Kona it definitely works.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
I went by JT's place yesterday. He's got a Gen 3 charger set up with it is a single phase supply, but
yes, yeah,
but a 3-phase plug, and we confirmed that when you set to, it's got a Wi-Fi setup, it's got an app, and if you go through the app and you set it to all vehicles, the charger will then charge all vehicles, and it charges the Kona without even blinking.
That's awesome. So what Angie's talking
That's
about.
$785, and yeah. So carry on. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm gonna instantly correct you there, Ant. It's actually $780, but it's all good. And you can get it in a 2.6 meter or a 7.3 meter cable length. Sorry, 7.3 meter Gen 3. So it's this one that they want, not the Gen 2. So Gen 3 for $780.
Sorry, guys, that's great. That's great news. And so I just go back to building management and say, get the Gen 3 wall charger, and it'll connect to any car,
Yes.
and it'll charge those cars. That's fantastic. That's great.
And as Ant correctly described, it runs in single phase and 3-phase mode. Now, something else that's very useful too is some buildings find it difficult to get, 4 lots of 22 kilowatts or even 11 kilowatts. You can actually pair these units up to 4. You can daisy chain 4 units together, so they communicate amongst each other. And what that means is you can actually have one 32 amp 3-phase supply, because the point of these cars is they're sitting there, they're parked there sort of all day or for many hours. And the average car in Western Australia does 38 kilometres per day, 15,000 kilometres per annum. So you're not really replenishing a lot of energy. So the 4 cars could be sitting there, and it doesn't matter if they take 1 hour to charge or 3 or 4 hours to charge jointly. So these chargers can also share power, so they don't need to spend a lot of money on electrical infrastructure to feed these things while still maintaining full effectiveness. So if one car turns up, it gets a very high rate of charge. In fact, if 2 cars turn up, they get equal charge. If 3 turn up, they get a third of, or about 7 kilowatts instead of the 22 that you're feeding it with. And if the 4 cars turn up, you get 5 kilowatts each, or whatever, which on the average 38 kilometers of range that you need to replenish will be done in an hour.
Can I just also reiterate there that all you really need to do is get the electricians to install 3-phase sockets on those points, and then the EVSEs or the HVWCs can be installed after that. So you don't plumb it in directly. Get a 3-phase socket and maybe a box around it. I was trying to find a photograph and figure out how to upload it to this app, but I couldn't.
That's a good point, although it looks like Australian standards are going along the way of the New Zealand version, which is requiring these things in future to be hardwired. So look, I'd say if it's a CBD building, like a proper commercial building, that they're better off having it as a permanent install, because it won't make any difference to their electricians. They can just pre-wire and put a junction box over the wiring, and then fit off the charger at a later stage, because these things will want to be there permanently. And under
fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
And under AS 3000, under Appendix, I think it's P, that they are recommendations that they're hardwired, but it is permitted to have them on a socket, but it's not recommended, or it's recommended to have them hardwired. And in New Zealand, it's actually mandated. There's an asterisk in that section that says in New Zealand, it's forbidden for basically car chargers to have plugs on the supply side.
And also, Darren, just to mention the 780 cost, that just includes the cost of the charger. So then there will be the cost of the installation as well. But no doubt, if there's a circuit there already, or if there's a distribution board nearby, hopefully that shouldn't be too much. But if it is, another option is to try and change the location of the 4 spots. So you could maybe look to put the 4 spots closer to a subboard somewhere.
Yeah, they're putting the 4 spots right next to the subboard, which is great. And look, I'll get back to them tonight and just say that this might be the better option, especially with the new regulations coming through. But Jen, sorry, I've got to go. I'm supposed to be on a call at 8:30. I've got an evening call that I've got to attend. But the session's been fantastic, and I look forward to the next one. Thank you very much.
No problems. Welcome. Anytime, Darian.
All right, Harold, my turn.
Yes.
Fantastic. Very excited about this one. I actually drafted up an email I was going to send off to someone at Tesla. Elon.musk@tesla.com might work, who knows? Anyway, my question was around insured value of a vehicle when you actually use like full self-driving. So if I was to buy the 10 grand upgrade or, the extra acceleration boost or whatever, the insurance companies told me that value needs to be included in the cost of my policy. The discussion we had last week around securing a $10,000 investment in the future in full self-driving, where it could be, 60, 100, 200 grand, who knows how much it might go to. Surely it could be a foreseeable situation where that value is going to exceed the value of the car. Is Tesla going to do something about a way that we can have that software, if the car's written off completely and it's not recoverable, to transfer that license across to the replacement vehicle rather than having to insure the additional 10 grand?
That would be very reasonable for Tesla to do that, but it's not their stated policy, sadly. So you're stuck with having to treat it as an accessory fitted to the car and insure it.
And it's not always easy to insure. I'm with RACWA, and when I took out the policy, they said, any extras? And I go, yeah, I've had paint protection film and ceramic coating. And they say, no, we're not covering that. And I said, I've got, at that time, it was only about 7 grand for the full self-driving. No, that software, that's not included. We'll just insure your vehicle for the current Red Book price. And I had arguments with them, and I eventually got it up. But they were a bit hesitant at first.
I had the exact same experience as Nigel with RAC as well. And they did eventually agree to a higher value. That higher value still did not take into account the full replacement value of the car, including the FSD. And obviously, and yeah, mine was 7,000 odd when I got mine as well. Now it's 10,100. So as the value of the FSD increases, there's a good chance that it'll, that's part of the risk of that investment, I suppose, is that it may be uninsurable. And hence why Tesla is looking into Tesla insurance. Well, they've already got it going in some states in the US. But that's why they're looking at rolling it out across the whole of the US and at some point internationally as well. And, hopefully no doubt Tesla will cover FSD. And once they do, maybe then the other insurance companies will do the same.
Right. Yeah, because at the moment, for a long range, the maximum you can insure it for is 95,000. So if you think 85 grand is going to be the base of the car plus, your tinting and all that sort of stuff, you've already only got 10 grand to play with. So if you put more than 2 mods on the car, you're pretty much gone over the value. So that extra 10 grand is another $300 a year worth of insurance as well. So maybe the line to Tesla is that the less money we spend on insurance, the more we can spend on modifications or accessories from your store. It just seems a little bit crazy that we're having to pay money for not a physical asset. Like, it's not like you've bought a new set of wheels or something like that. It's just a 1 or a 0 on the computer that tells you can do it or not, right?
When I insured my car this weekend, I just went through an app, and they had a 15% button. You could just add 15% to the value. I don't know much about it. I literally just went through an app, and that was one of the options, and it affected the premium by, tens of dollars, not hundreds of dollars, and you just added 15% to the number. It was just a click. So
Was that at Russian based?
No, it went through. So it went through one of those compare the deals, and then spat me towards budget insurance. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're probably already overpaying by $1,000 anyway, so that's probably why.
So it was about 1,100. So
that's reasonable.
Oh, that's good. Jeez.
it was
Well, very
950.
excess.
My wife, hopefully my wife can't hear. It was 950 on mine, and then with my wife added, it was 1,100.
What excess you
Which
paying,
one was
Sam?
it?
Budget.
The excess is 650.
Oh, geez, that's actually really good. That's
The
competitive.
regular excess was 800, but they let you dial it down to 650 as a minimum, which I figured if I was going to smash it, but I don't know. It's
Yeah.
That's budget direct. Is that budget direct?
budget. Yeah, I mean, I was pretty nervous about going with something called budget, but then the second cheapest was ING, and their ratings on one of the rating sites was really terrible. So, but budget's ratings were in the 4s, so it seemed okay. I don't know. And they're underwritten by auto traders who are pretty huge, so they seemed okay.
Well, just
but
ensure
it's not like the app didn't have a million. It had about 12 or 14 different insurers that they aggregated, but they seemed okay. I went to I insure with ANZ because I bank with ANZ, and they quoted 3,200. I was freaking out because I've never shopped around for insurance. I've just stuck with the same people, and my insurance for my old Volvo was 1,000, and then went to 3,000. I'd heard it was cheaper for Tesla, so I freaked out a bit. But with a bit of shopping around, it wasn't too bad.
What was the insured value, Sam? What did you?
So it was, I think they used it without all the government stuff. So I think it was 7,600, whatever the long range is, without
76,000.
76,000 plus the 15% button, whatever that
Okay.
was. So
Yeah, okay.
That's 90 plus.
I just switched to RAC.
That's good.
Literally this weekend, and for 85,000, I paid 875.
Nice.
You're a better driver than me.
So,
Yeah, I'm on 100. I'm on 100,000. I'm about 868. Just on.
Yeah, because I got my renewal because I've always been with Amy.
Sorry, Richard, you're just cutting out there. Go Barry.
Yeah, so I've been with Amy for 14 years. They sent the renewal through and they dropped the value, although the car's only 2 months old. They dropped the value down to, I think it was 60,000. And they wanted 900. And I got the quote from RAC for 875 for 85,000 coverage with actually a lot lower excess. The excess was, I think, 650 as opposed to 1,300 with Amy. So I rang Amy and said, I've been with you for years, and oh yeah, we can make it 85,000 and we can make it 650, and that'd be $1,300. I went, okay, well, exactly the same. I can get 875. And he said, well, go with them then. He didn't care.
Yeah, you want loyalty by a dog.
Yeah.
I don't care.
You've got to be careful with that. Compare the meerkat, because it's only people that will pay the money. So it's like advertising. So they're very limited as to the scope of insurance.
Yeah.
I've been with SGIO for over 10 years and never had a claim, a claim at home. Pay about $2,000 a year in insurance for the house and contents. Never had a claim. Put the insurance through for claiming putting insurance on a car. They came back with a really good price of $4,300. I thought they were actually offering a deposit on the car. I wasn't actually sure what was going on there. But they said that's our best price that we can offer on insurance on a Tesla.
Oh, it's electric? Or?
And then, of course, Richard actually put me on to Richard Cooper, who's running a bit low tonight. He hasn't got a full charge going on, but he put me on to RAC, which is fantastic because I reckon their pricing is great.
No, I saw Richard had a quick recharge just before
He just had a little
Is,
zap up. I think he's got a little zappy under that couch.
I've just turned on my personal hotspot. Is that working better?
That's it.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah. Question, just to point the guy up, his wife got T-boned in his Model 3 Performance, and it took 3 months to repair. So he's got it back and it's all fine now. But he said, make sure that you check the box that says a rental car. So I immediately rang RAC for a rental car. It put my premium up $60.
Okay.
Yeah, that added about $100 to mine.
So I guess from my earlier point there about the email I've sort of put together, no point in sending it then? No point in like giving a comment to force the issue and try to get more traction with this topic, or?
Oh, 100%.
It can't hurt.
You got to try.
100%. Keep trying. Absolutely. Don't even take no for an answer.
Yeah, okay. It's probably like 3,000 words. Is that too much? Are they even going to read it?
Not really.
But you could do it. You could have an executive summary at the start of it.
Yeah, I'll do that first. I'll add a paragraph for that. Okay.
Get Pete Petrosky to write it for you. He's
I've
brilliant.
got some report writing coming up if you want to do that instead, Russell.
Yeah, I'll very quickly summarize it to 6,000 words for you.
Just a quickie, getting back to a question of you, Chris. You're asking about the Type 2 cable. If you want to get those cables, which normally are $300, but to club members is $265, just send or just ring me on that number in the chat.
And after 1 a.m., isn't it?
I usually like two. Two is when I sort of get up and stretch out. And
on a Sunday.
He's usually busy till 2 a.m. because he's on Zoom.
Yeah. That's true. That's so true.
That's right. So so Chris, just give me a buzz on that, and
I'll grab one as well if you don't mind.
Yeah, no worries, Russell. Yep, no problem.
I've got one of those leads today. The one that the tail that goes into the 5-pin outlet.
Yes.
And I found a 32 amp 3-phase 5-pin outlet in the garage as well that I can install. So I don't have to pay for any of that. So that's useful. Just need to plumb it in now, which will be a weekend job, I guess.
Yeah, cool. No worries.
I can say that I bought one of the, I don't even know what it's called, Harold, but
it's for lack of a better term, it's basically 3-phase. It's an 11 kilowatt portable.
Pretty awesome. Having watched my charge go up by 1% every 25 minutes, it's pretty nice to watch my car. And I don't know, did everyone get their car 15% charged? It seems pretty.
It's yours 15, Sam.
15% charge.
And it's just, and I said to the guy, everyone here is new to electric, and now you're giving them a car which is basically empty. So drive it home and plug it in. It's pretty exciting.
So was it 15% when you got it?
Yeah, it had 120k. I don't know what that is. Well, maybe.
And Sam, how long was the delivery? Like 3 seconds? They say, see you, mate, bye.
Yeah, that's right. And they just wanted to get out. I said, well, I've heard some of the body paneling's not great, so I'm just going to check everything. He went, well, you got
to reduce phantom drain, isn't it?
I'm gonna definitely check it, mate. I'm buying a car.
Yeah, it's a whole new experience at Tesla when you get a car.
It's not a flat white.
Well, sometimes it's property pearl white. It's just pearl white, not flat white.
He said you got 100 Ks. Check it over 100 Ks. I said, how about
you got 1,000 Ks?
I think it's
how about I just check
1,000 Ks is the warranty.
Well, I think Australian warranties are pretty good. So
yeah, they are.
What Jared was talking about is you've actually got 1,000 kilometres to find a scratch, a ding, a fault, and you can bring it back within 1,000 kilometres, and they will deal with it, no questions asked.
Yeah,
I better take it easy this weekend then.
Yes. But yeah, the delivery experience is there anyone in the room that hasn't yet got their car?
Yeah, I'm picking mine up on Tuesday.
Awesome. Okay, well, Russell, you've been on last week, so you've
disconnect him now.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've no doubt told you the experience. So is there no one else in the room that
I had to wait 3.5 hours for it. So yeah, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. It was good.
There's another member called Nigel that can tell you a really bad story about how he picked up his car.
Yes, Nigel has just left us a little
not
while
me.
ago.
Not
Not
me.
that Nigel.
No, the other Nigel. Nigel and I were standing nearby a Model 3, a brand new Model 3 that was about to be moved for a better, or to be delivered. So it's being moved out of a parking spot. So if you go to the service centre or sales centre, you'll see that there's a ramp going up to the service building, and there are two sort of curbs either side of this ramp. And I think they still now just have a witch's hat on the corner of the start of each rise.
You can't park on that spot either anymore. They've taken it
Ah,
out.
well, there you go. Because one of the Tesla employees, all he had to do was turn right, and unfortunately, he sort of did like a bit of a question mark turn, like he turned left first and then was going to turn right. But as he turned left, we hear this crunch as the underneath door sill basically was being gouged by this concrete curb. And Nigel and I sort of looked and went, "Oh!" And about 30 seconds later, Nigel found out that was actually his car. So he had just witnessed his own car being binned into the corner.
That's that exact spot was where my car was this morning, like yesterday morning. It was exactly next to that brick pillar, with my car door next to it, about 4 inches away from the brick pillar. And they say, "Take your car." And I said, "I can't even get into it." I'm not
Summon. Yes, you can use Summon on your phone.
Only if you got the FSD.
I don't have that.
Yeah.
Oh, now speaking of FSD, so here's a good subject to discuss. Is for those that haven't got FSD and are wondering whether it's worth the $10,100. I guess that's a subjective matter. What it does do in one sense is if you shell out the $10,100 and if your car isn't written off in the next few years, or you don't sell it in the next couple of years, you insulate yourself from any further price rises for what will become full self-driving. Now, one good thing is, even if the price does go up and you haven't bought full self-driving, you'll get at least a couple of days notice that you can then make your mind up then. Do you want to pay $10,100 now as opposed to say $14,000 next week? Or the other alternative is you can actually rent it month by month. It's not yet available in Australia, but in the States, they have that service for $199 US. Now, the funny thing is, in the States, full self-driving costs $10,000 US, and it costs 10,100 Australian dollars. So we actually get a discount because we notionally, we actually have the same features as the States, but they have demonstrated additional features in their beta program, which is not available in Australia yet. So what it might be is when the subscription model comes out, it may either be 200 American dollars in Australian money, in other words, 300 Australian per month, or maybe it might be 200 a month with that same relativity that we've got, that same discount. So you've got a choice. You can either just go month by month and just literally pick 1 month, long Christmas holidays or something like that if you want to do that, or you can shell out the 10,100 now or some greater amount in the future. Now, as we speak today, the main features that you get with full self-driving right now that you don't get with your free package is automatic lane changing, parallel parking, perpendicular parking, automatic stopping at traffic lights, stop signs, roundabouts, give way signs, and I think that's about it.
You got the summon, you've got the highway exit.
Oh, summon and navigate and autopilot, whereby, say if you're going down somewhere, you're coming from up north and you're going down the Kwinana Freeway and navigating so that, say you have to go automatically off row highway, the car will actually automatically, if you're in the left-hand lane, automatically indicate and go off the off-ramp, which then becomes the row highway on-ramp. And it does that automatically, and a few other things as well. But that's sort of the equation that you've got to sort of work out. One pro tip for anyone that hasn't got their car yet is definitely don't buy full self-driving as a new car, as part of the new car, because you'll then be up for luxury car tax and stamp duty. In the old days, the price with the car and without the car was different, or after you've had the car was different to accommodate that sort of tax effect. But now it's actually much better to buy it even as your car is delivered. So I personally saw a lady collecting her car in Osborne Park. We were both sitting in the car. She got her Tesla app out and said, buy full self-driving. And it said, you will be charged $10,100 on your credit card. Press yes or whatever to confirm. And she did. And in less than 10 seconds, that feature was installed on her car. So her MCU, her touchscreen went blank twice over 10 seconds. And when it came back the second time, it was installed. So it's very easy to spend that money. Perhaps it's a little bit harder to justify it, but that just depends on how up you are with the technology, or if you want to see it do awesome things, or you want to insulate yourself from a price rise.
Harold?
Yes.
Just to add, and it's obviously something that you know already, but Tesla, and this is perfectly understandable, but Tesla won't put any value on a trade-in to Tesla for a car that's got full self-driving, because it's obvious, it's their software. Why would they pay for it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a cautionary thing, but I mean, that's only if you intend to trade in your car.
Yeah, absolutely. And even as a second-hand car, it does have value. But what that value precisely is, on one level, because it's a software switch, if you had two cars, one with second-hand cars, one with full self-driving and one without, it is absolutely true. And say if those cars have done, let's say 100,000 Ks each, it is absolutely true that if you had the one without it, to get full self-driving, you would have to pay Tesla $10,000 to get it. So, but then the other thing is, it is absolutely no doubt that the car without full self-driving is not $10,000 worth less. It's not worth $10,000 less than the car that has got it, because they're both second-hand cars. But unfortunately, Tesla don't. Your car could be 4 years old and have done 300,000 kilometers, and if it's never had full self-driving, Tesla will still charge you $10,000 regardless of how far how far it's gone. So it's a little bit of a, well, you could get an economist, you can get two economists to give you three answers as to what value is really right in that sort of setup. But
Well, I'll give you the exact value, Harold. It's whatever the person's willing to pay for it.
Precisely.
That's it.
Precisely.
I'm thinking about putting it on my Nissan Leaf, Harold. Do you reckon it'll go well? Or although I did see that new Kia ad that's on TV lately. They're advertising the new battery-powered Kia.
That's EV6.
Yeah, it's got a 500-meter extension lead, I believe. Comes with it standard now, which is good. So go a fair bit away. So
the other thing you can get with the app on the App Store is, for the long range particularly, you can get the performance, the added acceleration to drop a half a second off 0 to 100. That sort of thing, I guess, more palatable in terms of cost. Has anyone done that yet? And do they actually notice a difference of half a second, or not really?
Yeah, I noticed it. Definitely when I put my foot down.
I nearly lost my lunch today with my new car. I don't know if I need to lose another half second.
Yeah.
They're a pretty fast car.
Very fast car.
So Jared, you paid for the acceleration upgrade?
No, I'm actually joking. No, being the performance, It's
Oh,
fast
you got the
enough already.
performance.
I
Oh,
assume
yeah.
it takes you to performance, right? It's basically
No, it's not. It's a little bit slower still. The performance, it's like 3/10 slower than the performance.
there's a bit of bullshit in that. There's some sort of 1 foot rollout, whatever that is. Like I think.
Oh yes, no, that's true. But no, what Russell was saying is, if you've got the 0 to 100 of a long range Model 3 and the 0 to 100 of a performance, and let's say that's 1 second apart between the two of them.
Yeah.
And in fact, it is absolutely true that the performance car, except for the brake calipers, is identical to the long range. In other words, the battery pack is the same, the motors are the same, the inverters driving the motors are all the same.
You get
There's
spoiler.
a couple of other differences, Harold. There's the Trek mode that performance
Oh,
has,
sorry, yes.
which the long range won't have.
The
And
pedals,
you get a little
pedals.
spoiler at the back.
Spoiler
Yeah,
at the
sorry,
back.
yes, that's right. So you got the spoiler on the back, and without
Yeah.
that spoiler, you can't
Get the speed.
get the maximum speed of 263 as opposed to 251 or whatever it is.
I noticed that the other day down the freeway.
Yeah.
Jason, it was. I kept up in the helicopter, no problems, but the cars were just way too.
But,
So if
but physically, the cars are, the drivetrain is identical in the long range and the performance. It is basically Tesla applying different energy profiles or power profiles to the drivetrain, and the performance actually have bigger calipers. So Russell, with your performance upgrade, it's just a software switch. So, and it costs whatever it is, and it will get you half the difference between your car and a performance car.
Yeah.
Now, it's absolutely true. If Tesla chose to, they could sell a performance upgrade to a long range and effectively convert it into what Pete has, which is what used to be called a P minus. And that's a performance that is minus the brake calipers and the little boot spoiler.
Yeah, I could just paint them red anyway, couldn't I? It'd be fine.
Well, yes, but I think the actual calipers are different. They're not just red. I think
Because
it's
we do
bigger.
some braking in our Tesla as well, don't we? I suppose that's probably why.
Well, you can just go straight to the top and buy a plaid. Just go straight to the top and buy a Model S plaid.
Yeah.
Which you can't get until the end of next year. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get your license back by then, so you'll be good to go by the time the car gets there. So
I don't know if any of you have seen a drag race of a performance versus a long range. Basically, the performance jumps off the line before the long range, and then once they get up to speed, they're about the same. But if you get your acceleration boots, that jump off the line is not so much. So.
Yep. Well, I think, Russell, it's definitely, how much does it cost actually, by the way?
I think it's like 3.5 or something.
3.1.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
3.1, yeah.
that's a lot cheaper. What's the differential between a long range and a performance? I think it's a fair bit, isn't it?
it's $20,000.
4.4 standard, then it goes down to 3.9 when you put the upgrade on, but performance does 3.5.
Yeah. So what's the difference in price? Is it 20 grand or is it
20 grand-ish?
Right. So for $3,000, you're getting half a performance, halfway to a performance. It's a great deal if you want that extra performance.
Okay.
I'm already going to lose my license within 6 months, so I think I need to speed that up.
No, you won't, Sam, because what you do is you do what most of us do. Anywhere you can, you engage TAC, so traffic aware cruise control. So your car is cruising down the suburban streets at 50 k's an hour, quite dutifully. And everywhere else you can, you put on autopilot. And the thing is, when you're on autopilot, it almost feels like you're a passenger and someone else is driving. So then you don't have this fear, this urgency of going faster or whatever. You just
autopilot. Autopilot follows the car in front or something, does it? Was it?
Oh,
you're right, Cole. Yeah.
Autopilot, well, it doesn't just follow the car in front. It actually follows the road. So it will follow all the road markings. Mm-hmm. So as long, it has to be a well-marked road. So it has to have a center line, a dotted or a solid center line, and it will basically follow that, effectively doing lane keeping indefinitely.
You got to keep your hand on it.
So have you tried that yet, Sam?
I was going to ask about cruise control because I didn't really understand how it works.
Okay, so you'll notice on cruise control, you'll see that there's actually a speed limit sign, which looks like, well, it's the American style. It's a round, oh, no, it's the Australian one, sorry. It's a round red circle with the speed inside it. And then to the right or left of that, there's actually the same sort of symbol, but it's in gray, I think it is, and it turns blue when you engage cruise control. And it has the word at the bottom of the arc, it has the word max. So let's just say you're on cruise control at 70 and it'll say 70 max. The max means that that's the fastest it will go. But if there's a car in front that's going slower, it'll simply achieve a constant gap, a spacing between you and that car, and go as fast up to 70 as the car is in front, and as slow as 0. So it'll basically stop. So say if there are traffic lights up front, you're behind a car, that car comes to a stop, your car will happily also come to a stop a few meters behind that car.
But is that when you turn on, or is it?
That's when you turn it on. So that's when you activate it with it's the right controller, isn't it? I think it's the right hand control. It's a single stroke going down.
Stalk up.
So it's stalk up, is it?
Yeah, stalk up twice.
No, one cruise control's one down and autopilot double down.
Double down, sorry, yeah.
I haven't got a car yet, Jared. What's going on, mate?
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't know what was going on. I pushed it in and it said auto brake or something. That's obviously not the right one.
No, you got to think German when you drive it. It's indicators on the other side.
You got to think in Russian?
You got to think in Russian or German, basically. You know?
How accurate, Harold, is the distance measurements? I've put it at 7 car lengths, and I'm sure it's 7 car lengths.
It's not car lengths. It's just a figure of merit. So I think the smallest number is 1, and the longest is 7.
Yep.
It's not car lengths at all. In fact, it's not a constant distance. It's probably more accustomed to like a constant, like seconds. It's sort of like seconds.
Like that, is it? Oh, okay.
So it varies by speed. So if you're on the freeway, it's a bit further back. And if you're in slower speed, it's closer. So it's more like a
take
time.
your foot off when you've done that?
Sorry, say again, Sam?
You can take your foot off when you've done that?
Oh, yes. So your feet off everything.
Brake. Hands? No.
That's if you're on autopilot. So if you do a double tap down, now what you need to make sure is that you've enabled autopilot. So and not all cars have autopilot enabled. So to do that, you basically go into the car menu again, and then go to autopilot, and you've got to have auto steer on.
All right.
So that's where it basically does lane keeping.
Okay.
Navigate autopilot, that'll be grayed out. That bit'll be grayed out. Same as traffic light and stop sign, because that's only available with full self-driving. Yeah. A really useful feature is to turn on your green traffic light chime, which is that available on non-FSD cars? No? Okay, well that won't be on. And forget about full self-driving and summon. So basically, yeah, you've got to make sure that auto steer is turned on. Otherwise, you won't be able to engage autopilot.
Right.
Now,
and the other thing, Harold, you'll let them know, very importantly, that you don't have the ABC on when you go to autopilot, because a lot of people have fallen asleep while it's on. It's very dangerous to do that at the same time.
Actually, there is
a gentleman sleeping while he's driving. I believe he was listening to ABC at the time.
I fall asleep when Jared's talking.
When there is a feature when you're parked, you can actually go to your up arrow and go to entertainment, and then you can go to theatre, and you can watch Netflix or YouTube.
Already done. We've definitely already done that. The kids knew all about that.
Great. Now there
is Disney on there yet? Where's Disney?
No,
yeah, Disney's in the 24.4, but it's not available in Australia. Only in certain areas.
Jesus.
Now there is also another thing, which is a pro tip, because you mentioned Disney Plus. if you go to YouTube and you search for Tokwa, this is our YouTube channel, and we've actually got like about 55 Ask Us Anything videos, which is great content. So if ever you're suffering from insomnia, just as does Damon and Joseph, Ashley and others. For instance, you could look at last week's episode, which was a blisteringly short 4 hours and 22 minutes. But if you actually click onto it, and this is in the car, so just click onto this, and then if you go to the other details, you'll actually see all the links, and you'll see you can actually watch the ABC, Disney Plus, SBS, Stan, 7 Plus, 9 Now, and 10 Play. So if you click on those links on the YouTube screen in your car, then you can watch those other streaming channels, including Disney in Australia. It's just as Nigel was describing, the icon or the app that they have in the entertainment section, that is currently US based. But the other point too is, obviously for anyone watching this, is if you go into Tokwa's website, you can then join. And for a whole $20, you get to borrow loan adapters, spare tires,
credit cards,
puncture repair kits. Yeah,
that's 4 coffees.
Harold's credit card if you've got any issues at all.
He didn't tell me that all today. If I'd known, I could have.
So, and you can watch Ask Us Anything to your heart's content. You know, it's
which apparently they're using now in America on the YouTube site on death row. Apparently, so,
it's to make you go, look, just take me to the gas chamber now. I want to get this over and done with.
It's to save money for the government. They play this.
So the safety feature is that you can't actually watch anything in the entertainment package while you're driving. So if you suffer from narcolepsy, you will not fall asleep watching Ask Us Anything while you're driving. You have to strictly do that while you're charging, which will make your charging experience a lot quicker as you wake up to a fully charged car some hours later.
I've got a question for Richard Chapman. Richard, is it cold in that car park at the moment, and have they got the internet going, part 2? And what's going on with the chargers there, Richard?
It's absolutely freezing. Yes, they have sorted out the internet, and no, I turned the chargers off. I couldn't be bothered.
Because something's going on with those chargers. What's going on?
Yes. What it is, what we're pretty sure it is there's a lack of mobile communications down in the basement, as we know, and we think that because there's no communications, when you go there and plug the car in, and I've tried this at every single stall, your little light will flash blue, which is basically communicating with the stall to negotiate to actually start charging. Your car will say charging starting, but it never actually charges. So what we think it is because there's no communication to the mothership at the actual supercharger site itself, it's basically never going to start a charge because it can't negotiate a proper handshake with the central server.
Did somebody not think of this? I mean, it sounds very government run.
So I know what they can do is put it in island mode so that it doesn't bother talking to the server and it just charges cars. And the club is trying very hard to get Tesla to sort this out, because it's been nearly a week that this brand new supercharger is basically not working. And unfortunately, unlike many other capital cities in the world, state capital cities, there aren't many spare superchargers in Perth to go to.
It was the only one.
That's right. So a shout out to Elon who's watching this. Yeah, let's just put it in island mode for the time being and let it free issue until they get proper communications. But that's what the story is, unfortunately. Good news is Williams is working well. Eton is working well, but yeah, the Perth one isn't at the moment.
It's a long bloody way to go from Perth down to Williams for a quick supercharge and back. You end up back home with 20%.
Well, that's what we who lived in Perth used to do when we went to Eton. You'd leave Perth with a full battery and you'd arrive back home with half a battery after supercharging at Eton. So we've had a fair bit of communication with different parts of Tesla, and we're hoping to get something done. But Tesla's a large company. But that's the story. It's basically communications. On that note, the Audi end of Karrinyup, so that's right near the Travelators going down to the car park, they seem to have put mobile phone repeaters in there because that's got really good coverage now. They just need to get that done downstairs. But in the meantime, it would be really helpful if Tesla would just put this supercharger station into island mode and just go free issue, you know, until they get communications properly established. But that's the story of that one.
There you go.
All right. Thanks. I'm off, guys. But one thing before I go, Sam, just for the kids, mate, if you can figure out the voice command for opening the charging port, the kids have hours of fun. So
Would that be Richard Cooper? He'd have an app or something, you Richard? You got some sort of.
I've got a butthole.
He's got a button. So there you go. Some.
What's the app? What's the voice command?
What's the butthole?
Open butthole.
Oh.
And
we enjoy the farting. The kids love that. So that
from Amsterdam, that app, Richard? Is that one of the Amsterdam?
It took me about 10 minutes to work out how to unplug the charger. How you get it out? Is there a trick to that?
Yeah, just cut the cable. Just get a snip. Just cut it.
Okay, so
what am I doing wrong?
Sam, in all seriousness, you open it, you disconnect on your app on your phone or in the car, but on the odd time where you can't and it locks up, just inside the boot, next to the charge port, there's a little loop. You pull that and it disconnects.
Yeah, thank you.
And also, Sam, don't think that you've only got one reverse light because you only have one reverse light. This is a good trick of Tesla. They don't tell you this. You get home and you're thinking, oh, the other reverse light doesn't work. There's only one reverse light, just so you know. Not that I have that problem.
And be careful charging in the wet. It's very dangerous.
Charging in the wet?
Yeah,
it's dangerous.
With the single reverse light, when I was cleaning the car the other day, I had a mate's son helping me, and he was in charge of the pressure washer.
2.7 seconds, and they scored and we lost.
In what?
Rugby.
Okay. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was saying, we had a bit of crosstalk there. But I had this mate's son helping me with clean the car, and he did a fantastic job. But when he did the back of the car, and I switched the car, and I had to move it or something like that, or it was on summon or something, and it only had the one reverse light on. I said, "Geez, that wasn't like that before." Before you cleaned the back of the car, and he was like, "Geez, did I break it?" I had him going for about 2 minutes, thinking he'd broken the car.
Oh, you're a cruel man, Ant. Cruel man.
Yeah, so don't have that problem, Sam. So.
No, I don't plan to stand behind my car that often.
And I'll give you one other suggestion. If you do have a problem, don't ring Tesla. Wait till Wednesday night. Ask these guys, because it's much less embarrassing to actually ring Tesla and ask those guys. You know. So
there's been plenty of times I'm sitting in it going, I don't know how to make it go. Is it going?
Yeah, there's not that one.
I've got a quick question, if you don't mind.
Go, Barry.
So I've got mine set up to share my calendar. So when I get in the car, if there's an event that day, it says, here's the directions. But if that's not the first place I'm going, so, I'm going out in the morning and perhaps the event is in the afternoon, so I cancel it. Is there any way of getting it back?
Yes, just press on the booking, like go to calendar and just press on that event.
Oh, on the phone, you mean?
No, on the screen.
On the screen.
So if you go to
Is there a
calendar.
calendar on there then?
Yes, there's calendar.
To
just
the up arrow. Oh, yeah, there.
If you press the up arrow
Yeah.
and then calendar.
Oh, okay.
And
I've
then
never looked on that side.
If you press on the calendar,
Okay.
this one wasn't actually enabled, but if you press on the calendar will come up with
great.
with your events, and you can just press on the event. And it doesn't matter what time it is; it can be in the past or in the future, and it will navigate to that event if you've got an address put into it.
Yeah, I think I need new glasses. I've never noticed that icon.
Yes, so just
or the one to the right of it, whatever that is.
So ahoy hoy is the that's to make phone calls because Elon Musk is a 9-year-old that never grew up. So ahoy hoy is phone calls.
Right.
And
I'm
then
trying to find that.
calendar's calendar, the camera. Now here's another.
Yeah, I know the camera. Yeah.
The tip here is the camera normally comes up like this, which is just a rear view. But if you press this little up arrow, you get the two side cameras.
So you can just swipe up. You can just swipe up as well.
You slide up, yes. Yeah. And
Harold, I've got a question here. This should be something that Tesla should come up with. Whenever you indicate, the camera should come up.
Yes.
I've heard of users saying something about that. So
and something
honking the horn, isn't it?
Some other cars do that.
And something else that it should do is when you're doing slow maneuvers, like forward parking, there should be an option to have the front looking camera turn on rather than the rear camera. So you can actually see your corner, because you've basically got a camera just here on this pillar here, on the B pillar. And that's looking forwards this way. So that would be really useful if you could see that. So yeah, Alex, that's a good idea. If you put an indicator, the camera should, that side camera should come on, looking backwards, but also if you're doing slow maneuvers, it should look forwards as well, which would be really useful.
come on, Elon.
Good work, Alex.
Here's a
Representing Mandra.
Here's a pro tip. For some people who might not know, that's really useful. You're sitting at home at your kitchen table in Google Maps, I want to go to so-and-so, and it comes up on your phone, and then you just share it to your car. So when you get in your car half an hour later, it's done. I don't know if you know that one, Sam. That's a good tip.
That's a very good tip. There you go. It's very quiet.
Yes.
Another good tip is I was having a bet before seeing Richard Cooper fell asleep. I was waiting for him to drill, but he didn't drill. I lost $50 on that one. But, still another day, Richard.
But you made the bet with me, mate. That's the problem.
I don't know. I think there's a bit of a showdown tonight between Andy Jones and Nigel F on who's got the best.
I was about to say, Andy's looking.
He's looking pretty
extra sexy tonight.
Yeah. It's
except there's no why. There's no why, Andy.
We don't need to have it to put the backdrop up.
Well, it'd be nice. I've seen photos in Europe where they've actually got sexy. They've now got sexy, and we've only got sex. Except, as Elon Musk rightly said, Ford took the sex out of sexy because the Model 3 used to be called the Model E. And then Tesla decided against it because Ford promised to sue them for a car that they've never made. They've never ever made a Model E.
Did everyone see the total stuff up from the Chevy Bolt that every single car is going to have its battery pack replaced?
Yeah, it's only cost about $1.4 billion.
1.8 apparently.
Oh, sorry, Australian. Yes, I think US it was 1.4, wasn't it? Or was it 1.8?
I think it
was. US.
Yeah, it's actually an LG Chem issue, and LG Chem are going to have to wear most of the cost. You can see the result in LG Chem shares. The same is true of the Kona. So roughly 651 Konas in Australia are having their batteries replaced, including my own, in time. Might actually be up up as many as 770 something Konas. So it's the Bolt, the Kona, and some Ionics, I think. But it's basically the LG Chem, a fault in the LG Chem cells. A couple of guys, including Tim Devereaux and a few others, have had their letters already, and so that I think 25,000 Konas have already had their batteries replaced entirely in South Korea.
Wow.
It's just rippling around the world.
Have you been told that you need to restrict how you use your car, Ants? Like charge it to a certain level and leave it outside or something?
Just don't use it, really.
Yeah, the restrictions are charged to 90%, and there's been several software updates which are supposed to limit the risk. They've been it's based on 14 fires in total around the world, most of which were in South Korea because that's the most amount of Konas sold. 1 or 2 in Canada, 1 in Europe, none in Australia yet. Looks out the window. No, not yet. The thing is, it's incredibly low risk. I could get hit by a bus. I've actually been hit by a bus, so I've literally been hit by a bus on my bicycle. So I've had that. There's my one of my 9 lives gone. But yeah, the Konas are they're going to replace all the batteries.
Wow.
There you go.
The advice is, if you want to limit the chance of a fire, is never to discharge it below 10%. And what was the other bit of advice, Ant? You might know.
Oh yeah, well there is the bit about not parking it in a garage or under a house, and so there's a few people who that's their only parking place, so they're not particularly pleased and wouldn't mind getting ahead in the queue. I don't mind waiting until the very last Kona to be replaced because mine is an outside carport, and I'll park the Leaf next to it, not the Tesla. So that's fine. Because that's an extension of the life of my battery, being replaced after 4 years or however long it takes for them to replace them.
Don't have anything happen with that Leaf, Ant. Make sure that Leaf's okay.
I was going to say, Ant, you've got a Leaf and a Kona and a Model 3.
Yeah.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa.
No. Can I just correct that? The Model 3 is my wife's car, and the Leaf is my oldest kid. But the Kona, the other thing was, I think as Pete said, don't discharge below 10%. But I don't think that's as high a risk as, for example, charging to 100. Although the Kona's got a fair envelope, it's 64 kilowatt hour usable and 71 kilowatt hour capacity in total. So, frankly, I'm perfectly happy with it. I don't think it'll go up in flames.
No.
But it's a good idea that you're parking it, 300 meters away from your house, or just in case.
No, he's putting a Leaf in between because a Leaf will take the heat and just probably go a bit brown and crispy as a Leaf that would.
It does have 3 reverse lights on the Leaf. It's good quality car, the Leaf.
The Leaf's got 2 reverse lights, I might just add. So it's better than the Tesla. Yeah.
But it looks ugly. That's the problem. It's two lights, terrible face.
Yeah, I like my Leaf. Go away. No, the Leaf. Just bear in mind that I had a Mitsubishi i-MiEV before the Leaf, so I know what fugly looks like.
And it was a sad story.
A double whammy for you, Harold. We've got a Leaf, and it's also poverty pearl white.
Can I just ask you, Andy, on your Leaf, your pearl white Leaf, does it get as bloody filthy as the Tesla Model 3 pearl white does every bloody week?
I've no idea, mate. I don't go off-roading in them.
What do you mean? It takes 10 minutes to clean.
Yeah, since you've got the ceramic on there. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's really
the best I've ever had, and no fumes in the wheels.
Yeah,
no brake dust.
I must admit I haven't tried to clean it since it got. I put ceramic on it with my mate's son, as I mentioned earlier. I did a DIY ceramic job and it looks great, but I've yet to see what it's like after a wash. But it still seems to accumulate more dirt than the leaf does. But my leaf is silver, so it probably won't show as much dirt as the pearl white.
When you did the ceramic coat, did you clay bar it first?
Yes, so the process was something like there were about 5 washes involved. So you do a wash and then you do this eraser, it's a wash and a polish, a wash and then eraser with a clay bar. So the clay bar you rub over, and the eraser stuff picks up the iron particles, and the clay bar, I don't know what it does, but we went over every centimeter of the bloody thing, and then then after that you use there's some other substance that you put over the car, wash it again. We worked from 9 o'clock in the morning till 6:30 at night.
Wow.
Very little break to do it, and all that just to save a few $100. And yeah, it came out looking beautiful. The ceramic coat itself is really weird because it's just this silica liquid in about a 10 ml bottle, and that's all it is. And you just sort of wipe it over the car and wipe it off again. It's almost like it didn't really do anything to it.
Yep.
But it comes out looking amazing. So I'm looking forward to giving it a wash, and seeing if the dirt actually does come off as easily as they say.
So your car should be pretty smooth. It should be very, very smooth.
Oh, Sam, what colour did you get, car?
Grey.
Midnight silver.
Midnight
AKA
silver,
midnight
sorry.
silver.
There you go.
Right. Is that common? I don't know. Everything's
No,
white.
No,
there is a common colour.
white is common.
Well, there's a lot of white. Yeah, there's a lot of whites driving around at 35k an hour, but that's not what I was going for. Sorry if you've got
in a
whites.
20 zone though, there are, Sam.
No, it's grey. I loved it. I got the black interior. I was terrified to get the white, although I preferred it probably.
Richard Cooper's got the white. He says it's fantastic. Yeah, Richard.
Yeah, I didn't have the guts. I thought it would just go.
No, it's apparently really good.
Hey, Matthew, welcome. I've just noticed you. Sorry, I didn't see you before. Welcome to the show. Tell us about your Tesla.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I share my Tesla with Rob. We've got a standard range plus. We got it in June. It's been terrific. It's just a great experience. So yeah, terrific. And you must have been in the middle of certain questions, but I've got a couple here. If you don't know,
sure.
I could ask them.
Sure.
First of all, I've borrowed a cable from the club. And I think it's great that the club's able to offer that sort of service. I think it's truly excellent. But I need to return it. So I'm just really trying to find out how I can return that cable. So I think to all the new members here and those who've just recently got their Teslas, I think it's if you want to try out a cable, try out certain chargers around the state, it's good to actually be able to borrow a charging cable from our club and just try it out. The ability to charge at far higher rates than what we do at home is terrific. I'm still getting a buzz out of that. So thanks very much for that, Harold.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, you can just return it back to where you got it from. That's easy. That's the easy way.
Yep, which means I need to return it to you. I'm not sure whether I need to go to the nougat presentation to return it to you.
No, yeah, unfortunately, I won't be there because I've got other thing. I've got to be down in Denmark at the same time. So yeah, just give me a buzz and we can work out a rendezvous. That's no problem at all.
Okay, that's right. Thanks for that.
But you've got my number. If you haven't,
yep,
it's just in chat there now. Oh, sorry, that's direct message.
And
No,
your
sorry,
credit card number, Harold?
I've got to go to everyone. So
Oh, there we go.
just there.
And your credit card number, Harold?
Sorry?
And your credit card number?
Yes.
Direct payments now. So
Oh, so we've got Ant sharing. Oh, yes, that's the box with the
3-phase
generation, the third generation Gen 3 charger. Nice.
Yeah, I just figured out how to share a file. Yeah, I'm a bit dumb around computers, really.
And it looks like it's got an RCD or probably an RCD.
Yes,
yeah, it's good.
It's not just it's not just an RCD. He's actually got a little counter on it. It's it's very similar to the one I installed in my switchboard years ago, slightly before I got my EV, and it faded not too long after that. So I don't know how many kilowatt hours my cars have used in the carport since I had my first EV. But yeah, so he's got an RCD, the counter, and a 3-phase socket that's only supporting single phase. And that's actually plumbed, wired up to his apartment supply. And so that's how he's charged for it. Just goes to his electricity bill. And he's got the Gen 3 there, and there it is. It's working. The Kona can only charge to 7.1 kilowatt, but for some reason it actually went up to 7.2, which is really pleasing. So my Kona is probably just a shade above, and the Gen 3 was supplying enough to do that. So there's proof it works for all cars.
Yeah, cool. No, that's awesome. Is it possible that reading is what's actually going into your battery as opposed to what's going into your socket, perhaps, on the Kona? In other words, 240 times 32 is 7,680. So it's nearly 7.7 kilowatts going into the car. Perhaps the 7.1 is what it's actually saying is going into your battery after being converted to DC.
Yeah, so I guess that's the loss, I guess.
Yes.
And
or it could be,
as I said, the most I've ever seen is 7.2 just before I took the photo.
Yeah. Or it could be the amount of firefighters you need to put the car out once it catches on fire.
Yeah, we did have, I must say, we had JT and I were standing there with fire extinguishers ready.
There you go, Ed.
Yeah.
Well, I can see
I mean, I don't know what the sirens were about today, but there was lots of police and fire engines around Perth for some reason. And I thought, oh, okay, it's a Kona going up.
Yes, well, I can see your hazard already there, Ant. You've got a dash mat. That's very flammable, so you should take that off immediately.
Well, you've seen my frunk, Harold. I've shown you my frunk.
No, I haven't seen your frunk.
It's where he keeps his 40 litres of thinners in.
Yeah, I've got a frunk which I manufactured using some. I won't try and dig out the photograph; it'll take me too long. I'm illiterate. But it's got a Bunnings container which cost me about $30. A couple of 3D printed lugs, plugs which I've put over some lugs on the car, which normally have an engine charger cover. And so when you lift up my bonnet, there's a frunk there which takes all my cables, and it's done really well, and it looks just like exactly like the Tesla frunk.
Cool. Well, maybe you should take that to your local Hyundai dealer and say, hey, how about it? Why don't you roll that out in all the cars?
Apparently they have the Ioniq 5 and the Kia EV6 have a frunk, and I'm pretty sure they got the idea from me, but you know they won't admit it because they'd have to pay me royalties.
I was just going to say, I suggest you send them a royalty bill.
Thanks for everything. I'm going to shoot off, Harold.
No worries, Sam. Thanks for coming. And
Sure, I'll see you again.
Have a good trip down south.
I'll let you know how I go. I'll call you if I get stuck. I know you're in Denmark, so.
Yes, I'll be in Denmark on the weekend. So,
Well, I'll call you from about 200k away. You can come save me.
Sam,
Thank you very much for your advice.
I'll give you a tow.
Sam, I've got a challenge for you.
Yep.
If you go to Eaton and supercharge, I bet you can't drink a coffee before the car is full.
It's that quick, is it?
Oh yeah, it's nuts.
Oh, and by the way, at Eaton you'll find two cables. First trick is you've got to unholster them a little bit like you would a petrol nozzle, where you sort of like lift it up a little bit and then pull it out. So you sort of like lift up and pull.
Yeah.
And you'll see there are two nozzles or two plugs. One is larger. It's got sort of extra pins at the bottom. That's the one you plug into your car in all Model 3s. The one, I forget whether it's top or bottom, but the one that looks slimmer or smaller is for models S and X.
Okay.
So just pick the one that's bigger. It doesn't matter if you get the wrong one. All that will happen is that nothing will happen. It won't charge. So just plug in firmly.
Not putting diesel in.
Yeah, it's not like that. It's not like the wrong fuel. So just plug it in firmly, and you'll see to the, I think it's to the left, you'll see a little light flashing green. It'll initially flash blue, and then start flashing green. That means you're charging and you're good to go.
All right, thanks for that. I appreciate it.
And don't forget to condition your battery before you get there.
Oh yes, so navigate. So get the red pin. So you get that little lightning icon.
Yeah.
Bring up the red pin and navigate to it. Even though you know where it is, just navigate to it. And if your car is cold, it'll say conditioning battery for fast charging, or preconditioning for fast charging. If it needs it.
If the battery is really cold, it can take up to 45 minutes.
Right.
To condition the battery to 40 degrees or wherever it likes to be. So, but even if you,
no, it does it by itself. So the act of navigating to the supercharger, the car knows that it's a supercharger, that you are obviously there to charge it. So then, if the battery is cold, it'll deliberately heat the battery for you on the way.
Awesome. Sounds great.
Cool. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. I'll see
Safe
you
travels.
next time.
Welcome back anytime.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
There you go.
All righty. So Matthew, have you got any other questions about your awesome new car? You're on mute. Sorry, you're muted. You've got to unmute.
Unmute.
Yes, there you go. You're on.
We could always,
Thanks.
we could always
Thanks.
lip
Sorry about
read.
that. Has anyone used Rainbow Road?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, because it's slightly annoying that music comes on really loud.
you can't adjust the volume and you can't turn the damn thing off.
Really?
Once you turn it on.
Don't turn it on.
And you know what? It's a lesson for you being too rigorous with trying to turn autopilot on, because this happened to me the other day. It happened to me yesterday, actually, where you can only turn on autopilot when the symbol is grayed out, like you said, the grey symbol. When it's not there, you can only use traffic aware cruise control. And if you sit there on the lever, pulling it down to keep trying to engage it, well, once it is engaged, that's how you do Rainbow Road. And unfortunately, it just does its little spiel for about a minute, roughly.
That's right.
And it does not shut up. And you can't. I've tried to change radio stations or streaming stations. I think the only way you can turn it off is if you engage Christmas mode, and then that will shut it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you engage Christmas mode, you get jingle bells.
Yes, but only if you're using an indicator.
If you've got someone, if you've got your phone connected to the car, if you can get someone to give you a call, they will turn it off. Or send you a text message if you got text message enabled, and you go to listen to the text message being read out to you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I just thought there was some way to try to ameliorate that loud noise that comes on, but that's okay. I guess the next question I have is that just only recently, I mean, we installed we've got 3-phase in our home in Fremantle, and we've got our socket at 15 amps. But just recently, in the last 3 or 4 days, when we've plugged it in, we've found that after a couple of hours, the amperage has gone down to 7 amps. And the car says that the socket's overheating or something like that, which is a bit strange. So we went out and we felt the socket, and it didn't feel that warm. And then when we switched the socket off and back on again, it went back up to 15 amps. So I'm just wondering whether anyone's had any experience similar to that.
It might be a faulty tail. So UMC, you plug that 10 amp socket into it, or the 10 amp tail, because it comes with 2 tails. One's a 10 amp, one's a 15 amp. And inside the actual 10 amp, the head of the plug that plugs into the power point, there is a little silicon chip that is a temperature sensor, and it also tells the UMC to tell the car what current to draw. So in the case of the 10 amp one, it's 10 amps, and 15, it's 15. But there's a sensor as a safety feature that if there was a bad connection to your power point, that bad connection can sometimes be a source of heat. You get resistance, and that causes heat. So then the unit will tell the car to reduce the charging as a safety feature. But if, as you say, if you feel the plug, actually what you should do, you gotta do it a bit carefully, but if it does it again, just quickly pull the plug out and just, well, carefully, as if it, well, just in case it is hot, just touch the pins, the actual pins, just because they may be quite hot. You might not feel it in the plastic on the outside of the plug, but the pins themselves might be quite, well, one of them might be quite hot. And that, all you need to do then is just change the power point, because it might be old or corroded or something like that. So, or the other alternative is perhaps the tail is faulty and it's measuring an over temperature when there isn't one, possibly.
So maybe then try borrowing somebody else's tail, switching the tail with somebody else.
Yes.
And eliminating that as a cause.
Yeah, absolutely. But just initially, if it's doing it, if you catch it in a reduced current mode, just quickly unplug it and just carefully touch the pins, just in case they actually are hot. So you don't want to burn yourself, obviously, but just check that they're not at all hot.
Okay, so these the pins that you're talking about are at the socket end.
Actually, I've got one I prepared earlier.
That one. Okay.
So this is the tail.
Yep.
So this end plugs into your UMC. So that's that mobile charger that plugs in there, and then this end plugs into your power point. So this is actually a 10 amp plug.
Yep.
So what you do is you unplug it and then just sort of touch the pins to see if they're hot. Not the earth pin, because there'll be no current going through that, but just the active and the neutrals, because it's possible that one of those pins is hot because of a poor connection to the power point, possibly. Or it might be that the chip that's inside here is faulty, and it's telling the UMC, the mobile connector, the mobile charger, incorrect information, which is causing it to reduce current, possibly.
Okay.
So those 15 amp plugs, you obviously got to get an electrician in to install one of those.
Sorry, say again, Chris?
So those 15 amp plugs that tail goes into, you obviously got to get an electrician to install that plug.
Under
Socket, yeah.
Australian standards, the Australian standards stipulate that all electrical work ought to be done by an electrician. However, anyone can go to Bunnings and buy so there's your answer. But
nothing needs to be changed apart from just the end of the plug, correct?
Oh no, so actually, for instance, if you've got this 10 amp tail and you've got a 10 amp power point, which I haven't got one handy, one of the quickest ways of upgrading how fast your car charges overnight, if you're just using the 10 amp outlet, is to substitute it for a 15 amp outlet. And you can go to Bunnings and for $19.95 buy a Deta 15 amp
Delta,
15 amp. No, is it Delta or is it Deta? Oh, anyway, Delta 15 amp general purpose outlet, switched GPO. And again, according to Australian standards, you get an electrician to do it, or someone who is skilled in the art, or someone who's a handyman, or yourself, to safely change that power point. But like I said, I think Energy Safe WA will recommend that you get an electrician to do that.
You might have a problem with your insurance if your house burns down because of your poor wiring.
Precisely.
100%.
Precisely. And so yeah, so electrician or anyone similar, 15 amp outlet, job done, easy peasy. And sorry, Damon, if that sounded disjointed, but you should be watching live because it's much more interesting on the live version than the YouTube, but them's the breaks. Any other questions?
Them's the circuit breaks. Sorry.
The circuit breaks.
Yes, them's the circuit breaks. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Harold, I've got a question. Basil here.
Yes, Basil.
Has anyone, I've had the indignity in my 2-month-old Model 3 to scrape the wheel rims on curbs, concrete curbs. I see Tesserae sell these rim protectors. I'm just wondering, has anyone got them? Do they work? Is there any other?
Apparently they seem to come off.
Yes.
So a few people have had them and tried them and they don't seem to stick on.
No.
But I got some curb rash as well. Yeah, that's a bit nasty. I got some curb rash as well. There's I can't remember the company. I'll go into the garage and I'll have a look. But I was able to replace the Tesla hubcaps, the plastic ones, that the aero wheels, the aero hubcaps, with these other ones. The company claims they're as, if not more, aerodynamic than the Tesla ones. But the difference with them is they're about 2 or 3 mil larger. So they actually cover the inside of your wheel rim. So they protect it against curb rash, but if you have some already, they cover it as well.
If you want it quickly replaced, you can just go to Tesla in Osborne Park. They just walk in there and they just swap it over with one of the other ones they've got there, and you pay about, I think it was about $280, and they change it over. And that's where I learned that the PSI in my tyre could go up about 7% more than what they were running at when they delivered it. Because when they replaced it, they pumped the tyre up and it was 7% higher PSI on that one tyre. And the guy said that's what they should all be running at. So I went, great. That came from Tesla. But yeah, it's an expensive exercise, $280 for it.
Is that $280 per wheel, is it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I only did one though, so
Yeah,
it's no joy, that's for sure.
no joy at all. Oh, well, Peter, if you got details, you can drag them up. That'd be great.
Because the companies that do them, that fix it, they take about 3 weeks or 2 weeks. So Tesla were just offering to have ones there ready to go. They can swap out really quickly for you if you wanted it swapped out quickly. Otherwise, you buy another set of rims or best buy a spare one or whatever you want to do. But it's very sad that they stick out enough for you to scrape on the side. You know, I don't know.
They had a car where the sidewall of the wheel doesn't
Yeah.
curb first, you know.
Yeah, that's what you would have thought. But yeah,
Yeah.
so I guess it's good idea to keep it away.
And another, thanks for that. Another, because we can ask anything, Harold.
Of course.
I've just found the fold mirrors. You know, when you come into the house, the mirrors fold in, the side mirrors, external mirrors. But when you leave the house, they don't open until I get on the road and probably drive 100 meters, and then they open automatically.
You should set it to when you unlock the car. The first thing you do is when you unlock the car, the mirrors go out. That's
right. I've got fold mirrors, so when I go into the house, so that I don't hit. We've got a bit of a narrow garage, awkward garage. So I don't want them open when I reverse out because I don't want to clip, you know, one side. But I know I can open it by hitting the screen, but it's just, you know, it's not the last thing you sort of do when you hop in the car is worry about the mirrors. Sometimes you forget. But somehow the car works out after I reverse out, get on the road and drive, say, 100 meters, they'll open automatically. And I just wondered, does anyone know how they can just open when you reverse? I don't know.
It's GPS, so it's using a geolocation. So if you've selected the mirrors to be folded at your house, I guess it's being safe and it's making sure that you're definitely away from your house. Because as you rightly say, whether you're going inwards or outwards, you want it to be closed, because you don't want it to, say, as you're reversing, then suddenly clip your column or whatever as you're coming out. I guess the cost to that is that it's being a little bit conservative or over conservative and waiting for, say, 100 meters to be roughly 100 meters away from your house for it to decide that it's outside of that zone of tucking your mirror inness, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, well, on the plus side, it's a lot more aero. So maybe keep them folded in, and you can beat other Teslas of the same type. I just wanted to add that picture of the curb rash was a performance Tesla that was parked outside RAC today, and I don't normally go photographing curb rash like Joseph does quite a lot, but that one was particularly spectacular, and I could not work out how the guy must have done it. I don't know if you saw that. It was just like a square chunk out of the.
Flick it up again if you can, please.
It's very easy to do. Let me tell you now. And there's a bit of crying involved. There's a bit of emotional breakdown. But at the end of the day, you know, you didn't get a Kona. So I guess it's a good thing at the end, really.
Oh, that's chunky.
That's a good snap.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's like it doesn't. It's just that small chunk, really deep,
zoom in,
and the tire as well.
Can you zoom in on that?
Mine went right around. So.
Oh, look! It's basically taken a divot out of the tire.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Yeah, just zoom in on that, Ant. Because zoom right in, if you can. Super play.
It's sad when that happens.
All over it. It's
fucking sad.
Look at that.
So when I zoom in, you're looking at it zoomed in now?
Yes, I can see it. Yeah, that's taken a chunk out of the tire. Wow.
Personally, I reckon that's actually unsafe.
Yeah.
It's probably borderline. Yeah. That's
It's definitely sad. I don't know about unsafe, but it's definitely sad.
And look how it's done the ferry bit on the other. Wow, look at that. It's amazing what happens to aluminium when it gets hit. Wow.
Jared, what pressure do you run your tyres at now then?
Geez, I didn't look at it this morning before I went to work. I think it was about 37, I think it was. No, it's higher than that. 46 it is. Yeah, 46. But when they delivered the car, it was 37, I think it was.
Oh, okay. Ours was 43 delivered.
Yeah,
mine are 51.
And then when I took it back to get the tyre replaced, like I said, the guy pumped it up and said, this is what it should be at. And then, but he didn't pump up the other 3, he just pumped up that 1. And I was like, okay, I better get that fixed. So pumped up the other 3 to the same. But Howard actually said to me that there should be a higher PCI because I run better because of the flats. I didn't have a lot of experience with flats, but Harold said that it's better to pump it up. So I took his advice, and yeah, it seems to run a lot smoother because of more.
Yeah, I went to my local Shell service station in Wembley today, talking about the petrol stations earlier, and had the pleasure of you putting another 4 PSI up to 41 to 45 on my pearl white car, and first thing I had was the problem the air hose valve wouldn't go on. I had to take off those aerodynamic plastic wheel covers, which was a bit of a challenge. I don't know if there's any easy way of getting them on and off, but I took it up to 45 because I think in a few other sessions or a few sessions ago, someone said go to 45, and I've noticed it's running a lot smoother today and faster.
It's
yeah, I'm 45. So.
It's a common thing that the tyre manufacturers will recommend higher pressures because it's better for the tyre. The car manufacturers will universally recommend a lower pressure because it's more comfortable. So it's a smoother, more comfortable ride.
It's definitely a lot better.
What makes the tyres last longer would be what the manufacturers say, I guess.
At a higher pressure, they're working better than being slightly lower inflated.
Yeah, Alex is saying 45 psi is recommended for.
He doesn't say much, Alex. He's like a cardboard cutout. Every now and then he speaks. He's sneaky. So
I'm sneaky.
He's very sneaky, Alex. Yeah.
How do you get those covers easily? Does anyone work that out, or is it just that you got to yank them every time?
You need mountain climbing fingers where you just.
You could move to Mandurah and they'd steal them down in Mandurah. You don't have to worry about it anymore. If you move to Mandurah. Right, Alex?
I have to do a second trip. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jared. I get it. Okay, I'll move on. Thanks for that.
No problem.
Back to the tires. I haven't actually looked up the recommended tire pressure, but just coincidentally, I looked today on the screen and it was at 51 and 52. So obviously that's too much.
No. You were driving though, weren't you?
No. It was, well, actually, Catherine had just driven it into the driveway, and I tapped on the screen and saw 51, 52.
Yeah, no, don't worry, because those tyres were nice and warmed up, right? Because they've been on a road trip or they'd been driven.
Yeah.
So
yes,
if you look at the sidewall of your tyres, I'm pretty certain it'll say max inflate 50 psi.
Right.
Because most of those Tesla tyres are at a max inflate of 50 psi. When you look up what that actually means, it's actually the maximum cold temperature inflation of the tyre. So, for instance, if you were to hop in your car right now, if it hasn't been driven for a while, and it's pretty cool, and it takes, I don't know, about 100 meters of driving for the tyre pressure monitoring system to start up, because it's got centrifugal sensors and whatever, so it doesn't waste energy. Because it's got little radios inside each tyre, literally, and they transmit sporadically. So if you were to look at your tyre pressure now, it'd probably be, it could be 46, 45 PSI. So, for example, I inflated my tyres cold at 50 PSI, which is their maximum cold inflate. And when I went around Australia, I was up in the Northern Territory and it was about 46 degrees in the shade. And my tyres at midday were at 58 PSI. But the tyres are designed for that because they rate them at their maximum inflate. It's their cold inflate. Now, of course, what does cold mean? Is it 0 degrees or whatever? That's not really specified, but for all intents and purposes, if you had an air compressor, no, Ant, I think you said that you actually pump your tyres up with a hand pump, don't you? You've got one of those.
Yes, but I haven't done it on the Tesla yet because I didn't need to.
Well,
so they haven't come down yet, but they've done on the Kona and the Leaf.
So if you've got like a battery and compressor or whatever at home, you can, whatever you set it to, that's the cold inflate. When you go on the road, it'll go up easily by 5 PSI on a warm road.
Okay.
Not more.
Oh, cool.
So when you saw 51 when your wife just arrived, that is completely safe. That's completely normal. And there is zero need to let down any air out of your tyres because, for instance, I think, does Tesla recommend 40, is it 42 on the type, on the, yep, 42. Say if you'd arrived and you saw 46, so you let your tyres down to 42 while they were hot. In the morning when you took off, you'd probably get a low pressure warning because the tyre, and I think that's at 38 PSI, because the tyres will probably be at 37 or 36 PSI because you've let the hot air out. So yeah, just look it up.
That's like letting the smoke out of electronic components.
Yeah, never let the smoke out. Keep the smoke inside the black box. Never let it out.
I've learned that a few times.
Yes, absolutely. So tyres, you don't have to go like, look, I'll openly admit that I set my tyres to their max cold inflate, and that's what I do. I don't advocate that anyone else does that per se, but like I said, tyre manufacturers recommend higher pressures. Car manufacturers universally recommend lower pressures. And if you pick a medium somewhere in between those two extremes, then that'll work better. But your ride will be slightly harsher if it's harder tyres, but the tyres you'll get better efficiency. And it's, that's basically the main benefit you'll get.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, Harold. Sorry, Matt. I'll say goodbye now. And I'm not inferring that Ask Us Anything is somnambulistic in the slightest. Nor is your dulcet tones, Harold, somnambulistic. I shall say goodbye and see you next time or on the weekend.
Excellent. Look forward to it. Take care.
Yeah.
All the best.
See you, Ant.
See you.
Hey, Basil, I found out the name of the tyres.
See you, Carmen.
The wheel covers.
Oh, good night. Thanks for another good session.
No worries.
See you, Carmen.
Bye.
See you, Carmen.
See you. Take care.
Yeah, Pete, go ahead.
Yes. So the brand name is Rimetrix, spelled Rimetrix.
Yep.
And the name of the wheel covers was Orbital. And I'll try and share a photo so you can see what they look like, if that works. Here it is. Can you see that?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Are you able, can you see me zooming in?
Yes,
now?
yes, can do. Yeah, yeah.
Excellent.
Looks good.
Yeah, so yeah, they're probably a good 2-3 mil bigger circumference. So they cover, you can see, you can't see the wheels at all.
Yeah.
They go a little bit past the inside of the wheel rim.
Yeah. And they just clip-on ones, aren't they? Similar.
Yeah, exactly as the aero wheels. Yep.
They come from the States or?
They do, yeah. If you just type that into Google, it should come up. There's a few different ways to buy them. I bought it a couple of years ago before the car even came out here in Australia. There's another photo. And that was just through a crowdfund campaign, but they ended up getting funded, and they're making them. So mine are silver, so you can get them in silver or black, and in fact, the black ones are a little bit cheaper as well.
Right. Yours is a Model 3, yeah?
It is, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thanks very much. I'll probably take up that suggestion. Good one.
I think Basil, Richard Cooper has a really good story on tyres, and he can tell you it's actually a lot sadder than mine. Richard, you want to tell us about when you got your car?
Well, I got a lovely performance Model 3, 1,309 days after I put my $1,500 down, and it arrived on a flatbed, nice blue. It's beautiful. It's 20-inch wheels and really nice. And they took off my Honda. They took that away, and it's fine. And I said, "Come on, family, we'll go for a drive." So a couple of kids jumped in, and my wife, and we'd gone 5 kilometres, and I just touched a roundabout. Yeah, because it steered differently than my other car. And my screen instant warnings, pull the car over immediately. What's going on? So I pulled the car over, and I'd ruptured a rear tyre, because the 20-inch wheels have only got a profile of about that much, you see. You know?
Right.
So 2 hours after I bought the car, it was back on a flatbed. So I now run 18-inch wheels on my performance. I got some aftermarket wheels.
Fair enough.
And they've been good.
Baptism of fire, that one.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
So there you go.
Oh, well, I won't be changing my wheels then.
I've got some 20-inch wheels for sale if anybody wants them.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Just a quickie, getting back to what we spoke about quite a while ago, we were talking about regeneration rates, and I was showing how the new Model 3s, there is no setting. Pete kindly shared an image of his car where it actually shows you can set it to standard or low, which this is in your car now, isn't it, Pete? This is what your car shows.
It is, yes. That was an hour and a half ago.
So it's interesting. I don't know if that's on all performance cars or...
No, I don't have that.
You don't?
No, I don't think I do have that. But no.
Yeah, right. So it sounds like, which is interesting. So they've actually kept this setting on the as like a what do you call it? As a grandfathered setting on the older cars, but it's not available on the newer ones. And in fact, I remember that's quite controversial in Europe because, or even in North America, or northern countries, because of winter, and people are concerned with in the snow and ice, if there's too much regeneration, they might get skidding and whatever. So yeah, it was quite controversial when some cars actually lost that setting. But obviously, Pete, you've clearly still got it on yours.
Yep, definitely. Yep.
There you go.
And having said that, I must admit, well, actually, that'd be an interesting question to ask some of the newer owners, of which there are fewer now than there were before. I should have asked it before, is how did you find the regen on the car when you took it for a test drive? Was that sort of off-putting initially, or was it something that you thought was a great thing from the start?
Found it good. Got used to it within about 10 minutes.
Cool. So in your half-hour slot of your test drive, well, at first you thought, oh, that's weird, and then you got used to it and you thought that's great.
Yeah, pretty natural. And I find it's really good gradual braking, very smooth braking effect. So don't miss the brakes.
No.
Yeah,
No,
I've got
absolutely.
the Standard Range Plus, and we picked it up in June, and it still has that dual setting for low and standard regen. So that seems to be still in existence, I think. But I've
like
also
you want-
test driven the Mini Cooper SE, as well as the i3 S. I mean, those are cars that we looked at prior when we decided to switch over to an electric vehicle, and we found that the regeneration on the i3S was actually quite severe. Seems to be a little bit more than what it is on the Tesla. But the gentleman that spoke before, that's exactly right. After about 10, 15 minutes, it wasn't that much of a problem. And now I think it's probably safe to say that we really enjoy driving it with just one pedal. I think it's a terrific thing to have. And the fact that you're putting a bit of power back to the battery as you're braking is terrific. Yeah.
And actually, by all reports, the new Model S, at least the plaid version, has got even more severe regen braking than the previous cars.
Which is good.
Which is good, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and when you say severe, Pete, I mean, I think you really mean to say stronger, because you can moderate it with your right pedal. You just, if you want lots of regen, just take your foot off. If you want less regen, just take your foot off less.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's it.
I think it's an undersold feature of the car. You know, there's a lot of focus on the electrics of it, but the regen was when the sales guy didn't really make an issue of it, but did when I got delivery, and I thought, oh yeah, I sort of remember it. But I think it's one of the, you know, you say after 10 minutes you adjust, and I think it's one of the great features of the Tesla as part of the whole concept of an energy efficient car. And there's more to it than just the electrics. I think it's a great feature, and it feels like a go-kart every time I'm in.
Well, absolutely.
So just very quickly, it inverts the highway city driving efficiency paradigm, because in petrol cars, they're more efficient on the highway than in the city, because in the city it's all start-stop traffic. So you're using much more fuel. With an EV or the Teslas, it's inverted. You're actually a fair bit more efficient in start-stop traffic than you are on an open highway. Because on an open highway, you've got the friction losses of high speed, whereas the start-stop is almost, all of that energy is almost recouped. So yeah, it's an awesome feature.
Well, more reason to tell my friends to make the switch.
And the other thing is your brakes
be
are
more
probably
efficient.
Your brakes will probably never wear out, and your front wheels don't get dust. You don't get brake dust on your wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And so not only is it more convenient and less maintenance, but it's also a safety feature, because you'll, in an accident or in an emergency situation, you'll begin to brake before your right foot even comes off the accelerator, and you're already braking. So, I mean, that's got to be worth a fraction of a second, and possibly a difference between, you know, a big crash or a little bump.
Yeah, Alex.
I think Alex is on his way home, is he?
Yes, it's bedtime.
Yeah, I'm going, guys. I'll see you guys on Saturday if you guys are going.
Cheers, take care.
All right, we'll see you then. Bye.
Yeah. The other safety feature, Pete, is that imagine you've just suddenly lost consciousness and your foot's gone off the pedal. In a nice car, you'll just sort of be coasting, you know, at a similar speed for a fair distance. Whereas at least in a Tesla, you'll be in regen and slowing down.
And your brake lights will be on.
Yeah.
And actually, there's another advantage. If you were to go unconscious, but you did the opposite and your foot hits the accelerator, so it goes down even more. Well, Tesla's got obstacle aware acceleration, and you can, as long as you've got that turned on, if there was something in front of you, the idea is you wouldn't just go full power straight into it.
Yes, and by the way you turn that on.
You should, Harold, you should show the footage of the car where the gentleman fell asleep.
Actually, well, there's actually better footage than that, but very quickly you
And
go.
in fact, the car pulled over and stopped. And
Yes, yeah, that's right. You
Saved
go,
his life.
go and click on the card icon, and you go driving, and scroll down, and you go further down, and you have obstacle aware acceleration. Sorry, so it wasn't driving, it was autopilot. Apologies. At the bottom of the autopilot, you select obstacle aware acceleration. And Andre Carpathy, he's actually showed videos of someone that was parking perpendicular to a river. So basically to a riverbank, and the person had inadvertently stabbed the accelerator rather than the brake, and the car did not careen into this river because it understood that a river is not some place where you should drive. So it doesn't just work for an obstacle, it actually also works where there's a lack of road or recognizable road space in front of you. So for instance, it would theoretically prevent you from inadvertently driving off a cliff if you were at a stop at the edge of the cliff and then accidentally pressed your accelerator.
But that doesn't mean that if the car can't see the road, that it would engage that feature, because it's quite clever.
If you're slow, if you're at a slow speed and you suddenly stab the accelerator, it will not lurch forward. Like we've seen, there's been YouTube videos of, I think it was a brand new Porsche. I don't know if it was a Taycan, but it was a Porsche that someone had inadvertently stabbed the accelerator. And as it turns out, this was like a bit of a hilly sort of suburb. And they sort of turned over a retaining wall and then down onto another car sort of quite quickly. And there's lots of these things that have happened in car parks and other things.
So if you've parked facing a wall, say, and you accidentally put it into drive rather than reverse, will you still drive into the wall?
If you stab it hard, it will not go into the wall. If you drive gently, it will gently go into the wall.
Okay.
But I won't stab it into the wall.
Okay.
Probably not a good idea to test that.
No.
I was going to say, Jared, you can get your $50 back if you test that for me, mate. In your car, not mine, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
So by the same token, in terms of the emergency braking facility that's in the car, no matter what the condition is, whether you're accelerating or your foot's partially on the brake, if the car senses that it's about to hit something, it will apply emergency braking, and that will override anything that you're doing. Is that the case?
Just show that video, Harold.
But
when
you
the
need-
guy fell asleep in the car.
Hang on, sorry, hang on a sec. You need to have that turned on though. So that's automatic emergency braking needs to be enabled for that to happen.
Yes. Yep.
So you're saying, Jared?
If you've got that video where the guy's fallen asleep in the car, been drunk,
I don't have that.
and the car pulled over and stopped, and in a safe manner. So,
in fact, if you're on a clear road, you can actually try this yourself. So if you're on autopilot and you get the nag, whereby you initially get a little message that says, please lightly touch or lightly something the steering wheel. And then if you ignore that, you'll then get the outline of your screen I think it's a blue outline for everyone.
Just at the top in
sort of blinks a couple of times. And then if you ignore that, you'll then get a couple of beeps with the blinks as well. And if you ignore that, it will basically lock you out and it'll put the hazards on and then slowly, gradually bring you to a stop and keep the hazards on. It won't change lanes or anything. It'll just, whatever lane you're in, it'll come to a dead stop with the hazards on. And you can actually try this yourself and nothing bad will happen, except you go into what's called the autopilot sin bin, in which case you won't be able to re-engage autopilot for the remainder of your trip. But the way you end your so-called trip is you just put the car in park momentarily and then you can put it back in drive and resume using autopilot. So anyone can test that themselves. Simply ignore the nags and do this on a safe piece of road where there's no other cars around, and it will put the hazards on, bring you to a complete stop. So if you had a heart attack and lost consciousness on autopilot, it would bring the car to a safe stop with its hazards on. And I dare say, perhaps with full self-driving features in the near future, it might do something a little bit better and possibly pull over to the side of the road. Perhaps it might be able to do something like that, which would be even better.
There you go.
Yeah.
And the mode after that, it'll drive you to the hospital.
And if you had the Kona, you could actually, it sends out a flare just after it catches on fire to wake you up and get you out of the car quicker. Very good method. So.
Harold, just another topic on accessories for the Teslas.
That's a Richard Cooper question.
Oh, sorry.
No,
go, Basil.
Go for it, Basil.
On accessories for the Teslas, has the club got any discount deal with any suppliers other than the Tesla one for the garments? Is there any deals around or?
No, the only thing we've got is the Type 2 cable. So that's from $300 down to $265, and for the 11/22 kilowatt portable EVSE, which most companies advertise for about $1,350, and we sell for $750. We don't have any other discounts for the online shops like Tesseries and Teslas or others. As you mentioned, there is that discount for Tesla's online shop, but it's only for apparel, unfortunately. So, but we are open to promoting companies that do offer genuine discounts to club members. But to be honest, we haven't pursued that with any vigor, any great vigor.
We'll get a few more Teslas on the road, that might change.
If you want to know anything about modifications, Richard Cooper is definitely a man. He's done every modification known to mankind, and he will advise you where to go and what to get. He's got all the great deals. So
he's done well, Richard.
I can attest.
Yeah,
stuff what you've done, Richard.
Sorry.
Oh, where
look, it's already half past 10,
I can
mate.
attest to Richard's workmanship. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I put a tow bar on my car, and I put a swivel screen, and other stuff, lots of stuff.
Automatic trunk opener with his foot.
Oh yeah, front and rear electric trunk.
Tray accessory in the console.
Yeah.
Very handy to have, the old tray accessory.
And I put I put extra soundproofing around the doors, which keeps the dust out and the water out, and doesn't make any difference to the sound. Same on the roof.
That padding in between the seats.
Oh yeah, this is a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, what's that called? Drop stop. I've bought them for all my kids and my wife. It's great. So a little thing goes in between, fits over your seatbelt stalk, and you shove it in the gap between your seat and the center console, so you don't drop your phone down there.
That's a good idea.
That is a good idea. Drop stop. Just look it
It's
up.
brilliant.
Brilliant.
I've got the same thing. I think it was on Richard's recommendation. It's absolutely brilliant. Love it.
And other stuff. So, and I've got a rubber boot liner now, which is great because holds all the bits of dirt off the carpet. And I've got a spare wheel, the modern spares. I'm going to Dowran tomorrow, so I've packed that in the boot just in case.
Is that the field day, or is that just?
Yeah, I'm going to the field days. I've never been before, so 4 of us are going up there. That'll be a bit of a laugh.
Awesome.
So,
Does that void those modifications? Does that void the warranty?
No. If they say that if your modification causes the problem, then you avoid that part of the warranty.
Right.
And that's it. And that's the legalities of it, apparently.
I'd like to see your car one day soon, Richard, and see what get some ideas for mine. So
it's a masterpiece.
Yeah. Is anyone going to the EV day? I saw something about EV Day at, I think, the 9th of September. Is anyone going to that? The club game? Members?
Yes.
Yeah, who's going from the club, Harold?
Quite a few. I don't know exactly who, but there are quite well. Actually, I know of many club members. So it's open to anyone to come at all. So the whole community.
So, okay.
All right.
There you go. So is Ken going to be there? And Pete, are you going? And
yeah, I'll be there.
You'll be there. Cool.
I won't be there with my car, but I will be there.
You taking the leaf? You borrowing the leaf for the night?
Me, no, I've got no leaf. I will leave the leaf at Ant's place. But where it belongs.
Harold, is the lithium tour still on, or any details coming? The tour?
Oh yes, so that's Sunday week.
Yep.
I think that's right. So for everyone that's got a ticket, we'll be sending out an update email following up. It'll be early next week, with details, such as off the top of my head, you need, I'm pretty sure it's long pants. I'm not sure about long sleeves. I don't recall that bit of detail. I don't think it's long sleeves, but you need enclosed shoes. I think you need long pants. I've got to check on that, but we'll send that. Well, I'll send that email out to everyone that's got a ticket and to anyone that's in a waiting list.
How are the registrations looking? Is it full or?
It's completely chockers. So, sorry, did you say again, Basil?
But how are the registration numbers? Is there been much?
It's sold out. We had a limit of 50 people, and that's completely gone. So,
right.
There are quite a few people on a waiting list. So we're going to send an email out to everyone that's got a ticket so far, and asking them to confirm that they are still attending, and if they're not, then to hand in that ticket so we can then redistribute it to people on the waiting list. But unfortunately,
I'm getting my second Pfizer shot on that Saturday, so I'm not sure how I'm going to be feeling on the Sunday.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Just make sure you hydrate well. Drink a lot of water.
Yeah. I was going to say beer. Sorry. Water.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hear the Shamrock's the place to eat in Greenbushes, so they do good grub there. I heard the Shamrock. So there's only two pubs.
It's AKA is the only place to eat, I believe, but they are ready for us. That was another reason for the limited numbers of 50, because of just the practicalities of having 50 extra mouths to feed at lunchtime.
Yep. Yeah, we'll double the town's population. So there you go.
That's right, and it was very generous of the mine to actually have a tour for TOCMA members. That was really generous of them. They do have, for people who've missed out, they do have another tour in October, I believe, which is open to everyone, which will also attend, no doubt. But this one is basically dedicated to TOCMA, members and affiliates. So it was awesome.
Right.
But yeah, unfortunately sold out in 8. Well, unfortunately.
I've got to go. So thanks very much again, Harold and everyone. Another
No
great
worries, Basil. Take care.
Enjoy your Teslas. Cheers.
Will do. We always do.
Talking about informal get-togethers, is there another one planned apart from the mine tour and the Nougat factory visit?
Yes, absolutely. So we have monthly casual meetups. It's at usually in the first week of the month. It alternates between a Sunday lunchtime on one month, and then the next month it'll be a Wednesday evening. So our last one was at the St. George Hotel in Alou on a Sunday. So our next one will be a Wednesday evening, which I think is approximately, not approximately, I can tell you exactly when it is. It will be the 1st of September.
Oh,
So that's
next Wednesday.
sorry.
That's next Wednesday.
It is, which means by tomorrow I need to work out what that location will be and get it out there. So no pressure on yours truly. Yes.
I'm sorry to bring that up.
No. Well, actually, I'm really glad you did because otherwise I could have been embarrassed in a few days' time. So yes, it's the 1st of September.
Okay, just at a
My birthday.
as an outside proposal, I'm very involved in the Fremantle Park Sport and Community Centre, and I've been the president of the Fremantle Bowling Club for a while. So just a proposal to the committee: if you feel that you want a couple of hours of bowling plus dinner or something at some stage, feel free to contact me, and I'll try to arrange something for the club.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's fantastic. If you can please send an email to secretary@tokwa, secretary@tokwa.org.au.
Yep.
With some details, then that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
We'll definitely give that a suss and work out when we can do that. That's a great idea.
Yeah, just another option for the club. Cool.
Absolutely. The more options, the better for us, because we're always looking for new venues. In fact, I don't even recall how many casual meetups we've had. We've done this every month continually for nearly 2 years, I think, if not longer. So it's the best part of between 20 and 30 meetups, and it's always been a different venue. Yep. So we're always looking for new venues.
Okay, cool. I'll do that.
In fact, I think, Jared, you recall one where a certain yours truly was told off for bringing a whole horde of people to a place.
Yeah, that was a very great night. That was.
We won't necessarily mention where that place was, but
but it was a really good establishment.
I did try to promise that we wouldn't do it again.
Yeah, that was an interesting night. That one. I mean, that comes down to the when people say to me, "Oh, we don't take cash." We don't take cash. I mean, like, who doesn't take cash? What sort of person doesn't take cash? Same as this business. This business was like, why are you bringing so many people to our business? To our establishment? Why are people spending money here? Why would you do this? This is so rude. We were only used to 4 people there that night, but there was 40. She was very rude, that lady. She, very interesting. That one.
Can I tell you a funny story? Many years ago, we went down to, I don't know, it was down near Margaret River or somewhere down there. Can't even remember the town we were in. But we went into the local bakery and I said, "Can I have 14 pies, please?" And the girl behind the counter said, "No, that's all we've got. And if we sell them all to you, we won't have any for anyone else." And I said to her, "Are you serious?" She said, "Yeah." "Okay, I'll have 1 pie, please." So we walked in one at a time and bought 14 pies. Isn't that idiotic?
Yeah, that is just stupid.
So you had a party of 14?
Yeah. And we wanted a pie each, but she wouldn't sell them in bulk. She had to sell them one at a time.
Did you at the end of the 14th sale come back and say those last 14?
No, we were just laughing at the whole situation. We didn't need to make it any funnier.
That was very interesting that night. That lady was just completely off her head. She needed to get in the methadone program or something. She had some issues going on. So.
Hey, Richard, I went to a bakery and I threw a spinner in the works because I've asked for the bread. So they ask you if you want it sliced. And I said, yes, I'd love it sliced, but only half the loaf, please. And you might as well have sent the cat amongst the pigeons, but that was just, it blew that person's mind.
That's good.
And yeah, there's no way you can do that.
They've got a machine that does a whole loaf. How would they do half a loaf?
Well, the thing is,
cut it in half.
I said, why don't you just cut the bread in half and feed half the loaf in?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's logical. Yeah.
But no, that just couldn't be done. No way. Blah blah. And
Why did you ask for that, Pete? Was it a real puzzle that you gave them, or?
no, because see, what happens is if you've got the bread cut into pieces, it goes stale quicker. Yeah. So what we do is I wanted to put half sliced in one bag, half that's unsliced in the other, and the other half will last you a little bit longer, so you can have that on day 2 or 3 or 4, and you eat your slices in the first couple of days.
Right.
But no. Anyway.
I don't mind dropping a name, that being Michael Malone. And a shout out to Michael, who I know is not watching, but if you are, well, congratulations for doing so. And buy a Tesla, they're great. He was one of the founders / co-founders, I'm not exactly sure the entire story, of IINet. I don't know if you recall, well, gentlemen are younger than I am. Hungry Jack's had who does the Whopper? Is it
Hungry Jacks?
Hungry Jack's.
Yeah.
They had a deal whereby you could ask for your Whopper or your hamburger any way you wanted. They would do it the way you wanted it. And I think the ad went something along, what extra pickles, you get extra pickles. You want no onions or whatever, you get exactly what you wanted. So I remember, because Michael and I were schoolmates in the same year, whatever. And he goes to Hungry Jack's and said, I want a Whopper, no buns, or Whopper minus buns. And they go, well, we can't give that to you. And he goes, why not? Your ad says you can give us anything we want. I want a Whopper minus buns. And they go, but what do we put the patty on and the lettuce and stuff on? You need buns to put it on. He goes, well, why don't you just put it in the box? And they just wouldn't do it. They said, you can always take the buns off afterwards. It's like, that's not customization. That's not what the ad said. Your Whopper, your way. I want a Whopper minus buns. Nope. So yeah, big shout out to Michael Malone. He didn't succeed in that, but he succeeded in making a small internet company.
Actually, I think he pioneered the concept of hiring staff from the hospitality industry to be customer service people, because his idea was, was it the Westnet guy that IINet bought out? No, I think it was IINet, pretty sure. Because they found that the geeks would just get too impatient with people not knowing how to turn the computer on.
Because everyone's yes.
Yeah, whereas the hospitality people had the people skills, so they found it was much easier to train a hospitality person to be in customer care, in support as the front line, and then if something got too hard, then it would go to the nerds. So, yeah.
There you go. There you go. Cool. Well, it's nearly 11 o'clock.
What are you expecting at this EV Day, Harold? What's that one about?
It's World EV Day. So it's actually an international event, or nationwide and international. Although sadly,
You Richard? You're muted.
When is it?
On the 8th?
On the 8th of September.
8th of September.
On a Wednesday.
So it's actually, according to this website, it's 14 sleeps and 1 hour and 6 minutes. That can't be right. So, yes, it is right. So it's the 9th of September.
And it's at the, what's that pub? Camfield, isn't it?
The Camfield.
Camfield, yeah.
Oh, I had a funny I went to the last one, it was a while ago, and I was talking to this guy, a nice guy. He was an accountant, and I said, I don't know how you like your Tesla. He's got a Model 3. Yeah, you like it. So what do you think of autopilot? And he says, oh, no, I've never turned that on. I'm never going to use that. Oh, no, I don't trust that. Why would you buy the flipping car? I thought that was very strange.
Look, some people, to their credit, just love driving their cars. And
No, he was scared of it. That's why he didn't use it.
Yeah, I can understand that. I was scared of it at the start. I had some issues. It's you know.
You should have driven in my Lotus with me, Jared. That would have.
Yeah, I said I didn't have a death wish. I said I'm
so
scared.
Richard, have you got screen sharing there? Can you screen share what happened to your Lotus on Reed Highway?
Oh yes, here we go.
Have you?
Another
Shit.
classic story for Matthew.
Talk amongst yourselves for about half an hour while I work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So World EV Day. I'm just thankful that it's on a Thursday this time, because last year it was on a Wednesday, and Wednesday's Ask Us Anything Day, and one had a few pints at the campfield before the session. But I'm sure if you look at the episode, it was all good.
Yeah.
Perfectly well.
Yeah, it should be good.
Yes, one wore out a few brain cells, making sure one kept up appearances.
Oh, there should be a strong Tesla presence at that one.
Yes, yes, yeah. So I'm not going to bring mine. I'll just I mean, there'll be plenty. Yeah, there'll be plenty of cars there.
Mm.
But it's also a matter of having people there to bolster the event.
Yeah.
I haven't got it on my computer, but I've got it on my lap, on my
Yes,
phone.
Fine. That's what happens to a Lotus on Reed Highway.
2 o'clock in the morning when you're bedding in some new piston rings and you lose traction.
So
I translate 2 o'clock in the morning coming back from a nightclub.
No,
he was coming back from
Off their heads on pills.
No, he's coming back from the Mirrabooka ice rink, and he just bashed out like an hour session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Unfortunately, the truth is stranger than fiction.
So did that Lotus survive that event, or was it a write-off?
Yeah, right. So I bought it back off Shannon's and then pulled all the bits off it and bought another car and put the bits in that. So,
No more Lotus.
yeah, I had another
See,
one.
there's a good argument to be made that if it was the roadster version of that Lotus, it might have not ended up upside down, the lowest center of gravity.
It wouldn't have, but I hit a bit of concrete. That's what flipped it over.
No.
Wouldn't have helped, no.
Yeah.
So Harold, when are we going to see the Y, you reckon?
Probably when it gets here.
Is it the same time as the S, you think?
Oh no, because the S is due
End of next year.
end of next year.
End of 22, yeah.
22.
Before Christmas, I reckon.
Yeah,
What do you
so
reckon?
I think, look, they're already in Hong Kong. Well, so they're due to be delivered into Hong Kong in September. So September is the last month of Q3. It's plausible that Shanghai will make Australian Model Ys in October, being the first month of Q4, for deliveries into November and December. So that means that the order book has to open sometime before October.
Yeah.
But that could be, I mean, Tesla knows how this works now. They know roughly the mix of colors, like, you know, there'll be 80% will be poverty pearl white Model Ys, or 75%. So I already know that. And I don't know the mix between, you know, white or black interior. And what's really interesting is Tesla in China have registered what they call an ultra long range version of the Model Y, which is just literally screaming Australia. Like, that is just screaming to be sold into Australia. So all these stars are aligning. You know, if we believe that October is the right time to start producing for a November, December delivery, then the order book could open between tonight and the end of September.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, Europe's got high demand because Tesla's given up, not given up. They have given up on waiting for Giga Berlin to start Model Y production. they've relented and said, well, we're just going to ship cars from Shanghai, which are technically inferior to the Berlin built versions, because the Berlin built versions are intended to have the 4680 battery cells. So maybe, you know, that we know that the demand in Europe is massive compared to Australia. Maybe they'll just make us wait until they've satisfied the demand in Europe, which is a bigger market, out of Shanghai, until Giga Berlin gets fully ramped up. But I mean, that won't be until next year.
Yeah.
You know, so, but then if the Australian market isn't so big in relation, well, then it means it wouldn't have such a big effect. So the other logic is, well, they should start production in October for November, December delivery. So it should, like Pete said, it should be before Christmas for deliveries, but they could also dribble into next year if they wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I guess we're a small market. And the thing is, there's no shortage of people buying Model 3s. So it's not like there's an Osborne effect on Model 3s. People are buying them anyway.
But I think that's the reason why they haven't opened up the reservations, because I think they are trying to avoid Osborning. Because the 3 and the very different with the SX and the Cybertruck, completely different markets, you could say. But the 3 and Y are so similar. Hence, you know, hence why, Osborning could be affected.
And we've discussed this, I think it was last week or the week before, where there's a very good theory that there's a very good argument to be made that Tesla ought to kill off the Model 3 and focus on the Model Y, and slot in the Model 2, the $25,000 US car, $25,000 US car, and slot that in as the cheapest version, because there's very little cost difference and feature difference between the 3 and the Y. And I think there's almost no one that say has a 3 that would object to it being substituted for a Y.
I would object.
Where's the price on the new Kia? Do you know?
It's not cheap.
Is it like that the Audi where it's $179 and 79,000 or something like it? That e-tron Audi?
It's not that expensive. It's not that expensive, but
the EV6 is.
It's going to be about the same as a good Y, probably.
Yeah, it's the 70s, something like that, I think.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wouldn't want a Y, Harold.
So
I don't like SUVs. They're too tall for me, and I'm serious about that. Because I'm coming from bloody Lotuses, which is 4 inches.
Oh,
high.
yeah, well, that's right. You're used to having a bit of cigarette paper between your bottom and the asphalt.
I feel much safer when I'm low to the ground than I do when I'm high. And even EVs, they're not going to roll over, but SUVs, you touch them and they roll over. So I don't like that.
Yeah, true. Well, look, and
not the Y and the X.
But I dare say that you'd be the slimmest minority.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So if Tesla works out that, and it makes logical sense, the Model Y, I don't think it weighs all that much more than a Model 3. The form factor is it's slightly taller. You know, it's not quite as aerodynamic. The seats are exactly the same as a Model 3, but they just bolster them up by 4 or 5 or 6 inches, literally on spaces. If Tesla work out that rather than having 2 models and 2 production lines, they could have 1 model and 2 identical production lines, if they run the numbers and go, well, why, you know, a lot of car companies are famous for having so many different brands. You know, Hyundai have got a gazillion, you know, I don't know, 6 or 7 or 8 different brands, not brands, models. Tesla might go, well, you know, because they're famous for, they've cut down the color versions. They've cut, as in paint color, interior fit out. They reduced that sort of choice. They could just decide to delete the 3. And one thing I was thinking might make sense is you got Giga Texas starting up Model Y production. You've got, which will be the new Y, the 4680 cell with the front and rear casting, whereas Fremont's only producing a rear casting Y and a no casting Model 3. When Texas spools up, they could kill the Model 3 production line, reconfigure it to a Model Y production line with the new front and rear castings, 4680s and all that sort of stuff. And basically not kill their turnover, because as Fremont gets killed, Texas is already at full rate, and then they can slide back into going to full new version Model Y production. Europe is only going Model Y in Germany, so they're only producing Model Ys. So they could then choke off the Shanghai Model 3 imports.
I hope you're wrong, because I think having a smaller form factor, not the $25,000 one, which will be different again, but you know, I reckon the car that I've got is the best performing car for the buck you can buy on the planet at the moment.
I agree.
I agree too. Totally.
Yep.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to be totally wrong, but I'm just thinking you can mount a plausible argument why Tesla, with the brutality of economics, may say, well, it makes more sense for us to focus on getting a Y even cheaper, because they can probably produce a Y for even cheaper than a 3 if they had a larger scale of production and fewer different parts.
And what about these Tesla bots?
Oh,
what's your thoughts on that?
And that's something we should have spoken of earlier, which is a big shout out to people that are watching on YouTube, because you're getting this extra content, which the others are sleeping and having dreams about. That Tesla bot, it's like when Tesla bought Groman Engineering. Groman, the German robotics company, robotics company. Tesla decided to buy that company because they wanted all of its production to themselves. And of course, Groman were producing robots for BMW, I think Mercedes and other big companies. And Tesla basically bought it and said, well, now we're just working for ourselves because we've got lots of robots to make. Now, this Android robot, or this humanoid thing, as Elon Musk said, they used, well, actually, I think he followed up in a tweet, and he literally said in black and white, this is for vehicle production in jobs that are tedious and dangerous. And it makes absolute sense to replace the people, or many of the people in the production line, with these robots. And I've been thinking, they don't even have to be bipedal. Even if it's just got the torso, the upper bit, the hands and the arms, but mobile, even whether that's on like a Dalek or something, like it doesn't have to be necessarily bipedal. But
Paralympics.
Well, yeah, like effectively like a rolling around. You don't need to have 2 legs. It could have 3 legs, or it could have 1 leg or something. It doesn't matter. But on the production line, if they can get those robots, they've got obviously the fixed arm robots, but if they've got sort of 2 armed ones, or just a setup where they can actually pick up a part with a hand and fit it.
And also on Mars, they won't need any oxygen.
And also the red light district in Amsterdam will completely change. There'll be a whole new world over there.
Let's turn the recording off now.
Jared, there's a lot of tedious jobs to be done in Amsterdam. A lot of broom sweeping and things like that. They'll just charge everything over there. That's for sure. You have Tesla bots.
I'll give you one tip, Jared. You need to watch a movie on, I think it's on Netflix, called Ex Machina.
I haven't seen that one. I think you're going to say iRobot.
No, Ex Machina. I think it's called Ex Machina. I think that's
Okay.
right, something like that. It's a
2 weeks left?
dystopian robotic AI movie. It's actually, I highly recommend it. I'm pretty sure it's called EXMACHINA, Ex Machina.
Yeah,
Right.
when I was watching the delivery of it, I was just blown away. I was like, wow, I can see where he's heading with this. You know?
See, I thought that we might get to see the charging snake again. And then when I saw the humanoid, I thought, well, no need for the snake.
Yeah.
Plug it in.
You're going to have the Tesla bot plug in the autonomous cars for you.
And Apple didn't release the glasses at the latest show, their new Apple glasses, but they are talking about building a car.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to go, guys. I'll catch up with
See you, Richard.
See you, Richard.
All right.
See you, Richard.
Yeah, it's. Oh, this is the. I'll get this Ex Machina thing happening.
You're going to say 2 weeks? 2 weeks?
2 weeks. Actually, I'll probably get. No, I can't because I'll probably get a copyright infringement. I won't do that.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll look at it now. I'll go to Netflix and then have a look.
Yeah, it's.
Find it.
It's. I can give you the still image of it. It's this.
Yeah, right.
Ex Machina in 24. It's a great movie.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Recommended.
How much do you reckon they're going to go for?
Well, it depends on what they can do. So it's a cost of labor, isn't it? It's what it can do. So if it's a cleaner, say just cleans houses. Well, I don't know what a house cleaner can get per hour, what that costs.
Yeah.
Except this house cleaner can do it 24/7.
Yeah.
Surely 10 grand. Surely.
Yeah, I would have said between 15
for the robot, Pete.
Yeah, I would have thought
I'd be going. Oh, I'd be thinking more like
20. Depends on how he's going to produce them, I guess, and what they're going to do. But it's amazing what it's going to change. That's for sure. Especially he's got them working for his factory, because then other manufacturers are going to buy them for their factories.
I was thinking more like 50, but then 50 is the price of a car.
There's
not a car in it, but there's a lot of precision electronics. But then
what's a robot arm cost?
Those big robots cost lots of money.
Just the basic one.
No. We'll say the KUKA robots. I think they cost 100 grand or something. Like they're expensive because they're high precision, high, everything. But I guess if it's a humanoid, it doesn't matter if it gets a little bit like you don't need the same level of tolerance, because a human hand can only, isn't that accurate relatively. Maybe. So what did you say, Pete? You said 20.
I said surely at least 10 grand. So
and Jared, you're saying what, 20?
Yeah, somewhere about 20. It depends, I reckon that. I reckon he's going to make him affordable to a certain level. Like it's not going to be too over the top. I think he's going to make him affordable, and to get him out there. That's because once they start producing those, they'll just pump them out the door.
Well, if you think about a cleaner, let's say you would need at least a 3 or 4 year payback period on it.
Yeah.
And you work out what an average house would spend on a cleaner per year, multiply that by about 3 or 4, and I would think it'd be around that number.
Yeah.
Wouldn't a cleaner get at least the minimum wage, which let's call that?
It's not just the cleaner the jobs that could be the lawnmower. Person could be.
But at the most basic level, let's call it, if you're on minimum wage, of what's that, 22,000? Is that?
No, minimum wage, somewhere around there.
Let's call it 20,000 a year for 40 hours, 36, 37 and a half hours a week. The thing is, like 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Well, this robot can work 24/7. Oh no, it's got to recharge. Sorry, obviously. Well, you might be able to do
Yeah,
a
but just because it can work 24 hours, 24/7, doesn't mean you'd have enough work for it for that period of time.
Say, if a cleaner can earn 20,000 a year, a robot could earn 20,000 times 3 a year, which is 60 a year.
Yeah.
So therefore, as long as if the robot costs 60 and it could earn 60, you've got to pay that period of 12 months. Oh, less maintenance or
I reckon he's going to bring him in cheaper. And my gut feelings is he's going to have a market him to that middle range person that can, take on that level of expertise.
But you mean to buy a robot just for themselves, for their own
Yeah, I think they will. People will buy them because you could see the chores they can do around the house, mow the lawn, take care of everything, be a security guard. It can be all kinds of things. Get the mail for you.
Security.
It'll be unbelievable the amount of stuff it can do for you.
The military.
That's what I mean. Well, but I think he's still aiming for the domestic market as well.
But you've got military contracts. You've got normal guard duty, which is just walking around, a bit like Spot the Boston Dynamics robot.
The dog, yeah.
The dog, yeah. You've got all the manufacturing. So in car manufacturing, if it's dexterous enough to do that. And Elon Musk specifically said, can you get it to put a bolt on something or grab something and fit it? Because I think Tesla's biggest customer initially of that robot will be themselves.
Of course, yeah.
Because those robots can work 24/7.
Yeah.
And don't get tired. They'll always work exactly the same way all the time.
Mm.
And Harold, like you said previously, their first job may be producing more of themselves.
Exactly.
Well, you just
cloning themselves.
It's so
you
true.
get them to build the plant above an ore body, and those things will mine the ore body out, turn out more of themselves to mine more of the ore body, and then
it's never ending.
The ultimate in vertical integration.
And of course, it goes to the Mars thing. It goes to why send humans on the first few flights when you can send semi-intelligent robots?
Yeah.
That can do all the human type things.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, that's probably just added another. Well, that's probably another $1 trillion of market cap that Tesla could have just on that one product.
I mean, he'd been using those robots more in his American factories than, say, his China factories, because you wouldn't compete with the labour that you get in China compared to the labour you pay in America.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's got the potential, like Apple used to be just a PC manufacturer and nothing else. And then they got into something called a mobile phone, and that just grew their business from where it was to, the world's richest or biggest market cap business.
Mm.
Like I said, I think just that if they can crack this robot, that's probably another $1 trillion of market cap just sitting there as a single product.
It's definitely next level.
This goes to the argument that I've been making over the last few months. People have been asking me and saying, is there any good, lithium junior explorers that you've got your eye on? Is there any good, innovation type companies, tech companies that you've got? And I just keep on saying, well, let's say you found a lithium producer, a junior lithium producer, and let's say they ended up getting a contract with Tesla, and let's say their CEO ended up being Elon Musk. What do you think that would be worth? Well, you've already got that in Tesla. They've got their deposit in Nevada. And if you're on top of that, if you add a patent for working out how to mine that lithium in a non-toxic, environmentally friendly and economic manner using nothing more than table salt, ordinary table salt, I mean, what would that be worth? And you've already got that in Tesla, and you don't have probably not even paying for it because the market's probably not pricing it in, and the market's probably not looking at it that way. I mean, we've seen this, humanoid announcement, and the first day the price didn't do much, and the second day, the price has just been moving with the Nasdaq really. So you could argue it's not even being priced in. And in terms of the innovation in tech, you've got all that in Tesla. And people, then the other argument is, well, you've got all your shares just in Tesla, you're not diversified enough. I'm like, well, would you really want to sell the number one company in the industry to buy, would you really want to sell the Google to buy the Yahoo? Just so you can say you're diversified. Yeah. I'd rather, Tesla is so diversified. It's not just an automaker. It's got, autonomous driving. It's got AI. It's got, incredible manufacturing ability, battery technology. You could just, keep on going.
Well, and they've got the world's fastest AI training computer.
Yeah.
In-house.
Yeah. So would you rather sell Tesla and buy Nvidia? Like, not really. I'd rather just, hit my Tesla.
Stay with Tesla. What did BHP sign up with Tesla? How much was that worth?
$1 billion.
Yeah, right.
So there's a lot of Aussie content in every Tesla.
Yeah.
People don't realise.
And they say the price that's going to go up even more. So
well, the Greenbushes mine tour, it's highly plausible that some of that lithium out of the bottom of that mine is in our cars as we speak. It's highly plausible.
There you
go.
Is that still the world's biggest lithium mine? Because it had that title at one stage.
I think I'm not certain. I think it still is, or it's certainly the best deposit. Yeah, I think it is. And it's the best, it's the hard rock. It's actually the best quality because it's effectively lithium oxide. Whereas the other ones are lithium, something else, chloride, I think, or something similar to that. It is, I think it is. And the funny thing was, initially it started out as a tantalum mine. In fact, they still do mine a bit of tantalum out of it. So the lithium was just a byproduct that they had to get the tantalum.
So I just Googled world's largest lithium mine and Greenbushes came up on Wikipedia. So must still be the case.
Yeah.
There you go.
And it's funny, it doesn't look that big. It's you look down the bottom of the hole and there's just this white layer of lithium oxide. And no spoiler, but the best part about that mine tour is you can basically touch every single part of the process. In other words, any intermediate product, you can touch it and it's not poisonous because I actually use oleic acid, which is basically olive oil, as one of the solvents to separate the lithium oxide from the rest of the strata. So it's a completely non-toxic mining process or extraction process or purification process. Sure. And even the lithium oxide itself looks just like pure white sand because that's basically what it sort of is.
Very good.
So yeah, it's pretty cool. But you're right, Pete. It's funny. There's that tautology of if you have a single share, that's by definition not diversified. But if that single share is of a company that is highly diversified, and the best part is it's vertically integrated. So it's not paying the profits of intermediary companies and suppliers because it is its own supplier and its own customer.
Mm.
It's like General Electric or Westinghouse at the turn of the last century.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I mean, you could make the counter argument and say, yeah, but the management's still the same. So if something happens to the management, then the whole business is affected. So, you know, that's a valid argument.
Yeah.
But,
yes.
Yeah, what was the Apple price, Pete, when Steve Jobs was around? You know, wasn't Apple more expensive at one stage, the share price higher than Chevron, fuel company? Pumping
well,
it in.
it's the biggest company in the world at the moment, still, isn't it?
So
the share price of Apple.
Well, when Steve Jobs died, I mean, put it this way, Apple has gone gangbusters since Steve Jobs died.
Yeah.
So,
but the Apple price share at the moment is not as high as it used to be.
no, okay, yeah, I see what
because
you're
they didn't they do a
right? Apple's the thing is Apple's market cap is $2.45 trillion.
Yeah.
So forget the price because the price is relative to splits and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So for instance, you know, the Tesla share price is $709. Well, it's actually pre-split, it's $3,545. So when they did their initial public offering, I think it was for $30 US. And in that old reference frame, they're now worth 3,445. Sorry, 3,545. But it's actually currently $710.
Yeah.
But it's been split, and Apple has been split several times. But when Steve Jobs died, Apple was worth vastly less than, I think they were less than $1 trillion. I don't think they'd hit $1 trillion before he died.
Right.
And so since he has died, they've gone up by probably 2.5 times.
Wow. Okay.
So, and look, if Elon Musk, you know, got hit by a bus tomorrow, absolutely the share price would initially crash. But as much as Tesla's success is due, oh, there we go, there's Apple. So apologies.
So this is not a chart of the share price. This is a chart of the market cap. So it takes into account any corporate actions, so splits, etc. So yeah, so it's at 2.4 trillion now, and shows how it went from next to nothing to where it is now. So you can see it really started taking off.
Well, Steve Jobs died on the 5th of October, 2011.
Yeah, 2011, that's right.
So
it really started taking off, what, 2018, 2017?
Yeah.
So on this scale, 2011 was Apple around about 300 billion, perhaps, roughly.
Yeah. What day did you say?
5th of October.
2011.
Yep.
1 second, I'll tell you exactly. Oops. Talk amongst yourselves. Just give me 1 second. October. Here we go.
2 weeks.
Hang on, I've got 5th of October. I've got the share price. Oh no, the market cap.
When are we going to see?
About 1/10 of what it is now.
Yeah, 23rd of October. No, 23rd of October. I've got them at 14. Oh, that's dollars. Apologies. Sorry. Go, Pete. So it's about a 10th, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 240
billion
dollars.
Billion.
So,
American dollars.
US, yeah.
US.
So now
So
it's at
bagged.
now it's at 2,400 million. So yeah.
Yeah, right. So they're struggling.
Tenfold.
Yeah, they're struggling. They've gone up 10 times since one of their most significant founders died.
Well, I think Tim Cook's the highest paid CEO in the world, isn't he? 270 million a year in shares or something, he gets?
So say that again, in shares.
In shares, he gets 270 million.
Yeah,
in
I
shares.
think there's a certain person called Elon Musk that's kind of gotten a bit more than that.
Oh yeah. But I mean, Elon Musk is an owner.
Yeah,
isn't it?
but Elon Musk doesn't take a cent in salary. He gets a check because he has to, but he doesn't bank them.
Yes, that's right.
But yeah, his whole salary package is completely linked to performance. But when his salary package was set, the threshold for him to get paid anything was by most people just seen as insane.
Yeah.
So
he's pretty minimalistic kind of guy, though, isn't he? Doesn't he live in a very basic house, and he's a bit like Steve Jobs. He had a nice house, but nothing in it. He's a very.
I remember as a shareholder talking to Jason of Three Wishes fame, and when we saw the share compensation, which was, you know, Elon Musk would get another 10% of the company that would be worth hundreds of billions of dollars if Tesla 10 bagged. And we just looked at each other and went, yeah, we'd be so cool with that. Like we looked at that aspiration as some sort of vague impossibility. Like you're joking that it's going to be $1 billion to $600 billion is just mind-blowingly, it's too good to be true. And who cares if he gets a mere 10% of the company extra? Because, you know, we would just be sitting so pretty, it's just not funny. And, you know, a few years later, the company's worth 10 times more than it was. So, and you know, and people can say, I guess in some sort of humanistic way, well, it's outrageous that someone ought to amass even $1 billion is more than you could ever spend. But if it's hundreds of, well, 100 billion, it's sort of ridiculous. But the fact is the company's going to be $1 trillion company. And like I said before, that robot, that in itself, if they get that right and make it successful, like Elon Musk said in the AI presentation, he goes, well, that's a great case for having a universal basic wage.
Yeah.
Because in many professions, or not professions, but trades or careers, that robot can do a cheaper job than any human.
Yeah.
So the idea is that if you wanted to do manual labor, you'll have the option to, but you won't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
It won't be the fallback position. Well, then the problem is, then what if, with all respect for people that aren't as clever as others, what if manual labor is all you can do? Well, then, and then hence the basic wage.
The universal basic
wage. Yeah. Yeah.
Which went up in America this year.
No. The universal wage.
Oh, the universal. Sorry, I think.
Yeah. So universal. For those that are watching at home, and a big shout out for Damon, this is probably about the 7th half hour that you're watching, is that the theory is every single person on Earth or in a country gets a living wage. And then the way you pay for that is that for those that actually work, and you would want to work because you'll get more than you'll get the wage plus your income, but your tax rate will be higher. And the higher your income, like if it's stratospheric, well, the tax rate will be higher to pay for this universal wage.
Yeah.
But then I guess one problem is, I guess if you want it to be universally lazy, well, then it's kind of like, well, one theory is it might lead to people not necessarily participating in the labor market. But if you've got cheap robots doing all the work, well,
it's going to change it.
Everything changes. And I guess the government doesn't care who they're taxing. Sorry, the government taxes the company making the money, making the goods. And if they're making the money, making the goods out of robots, they don't care.
No,
And nor does the company, because the company makes more profit because they don't have to pay employees. they only have to buy robots, which are cheap, because robots will build more robots, as Pete said. So then the governments can afford to say, well, we're just going to redistribute the wealth from the rich companies that are making money hand over fist to everyone. But yeah, it's sort of interesting. But it's
sure that's going to happen.
It's oh well, that's right. But yeah, it's just astounding that Tesla is. You know, at first you laugh off the robot and go, oh, everyone's tried a robot. You know, the Japanese, I think Samsung have done it, Sony have done it. They've had their weird robots, and look, Boston Dynamics. I mean, they've done robots where one robot opens the door for the other one, and Google Alphabet actually owned Boston Dynamics, and they sold it because they said that these videos are too freaky and they're disturbing, because the way these spot the dogs sort of behave, it's kind of freaky, and it's bad publicity because people will freak out about it. So they've literally sold the company. I believe actually now owned by Hyundai.
Oh, there you go.
Boston Dynamics.
Yeah. Right.
But it looks like Tesla's just going to go, well, why would you want a dog when you can have the whole person? Like, you know, why have a pet?
Exactly.
In fact, maybe Spot will be Optimus's pet.
No, well, do you see the humanoid things, the human form factor robots that Boston they show them doing parkour and doing somersaults, and
yeah,
it's
absolutely incredible.
Well, and you see some of the earlier examples where someone would deliberately unbalance them, and it used to be you would just like it had to keep on like a pogo stick. It had to keep on balancing because one of the great discoveries people made with robotics or with humans is that when you walk, you're not actually properly balanced. Like you are dynamically balanced, but statically you're not. So if you just froze that motion, you would just topple over. And it's only because you're moving that you're transferring your balance from one leg to the other dynamically. So
if you were statically balanced, you wouldn't be able to move.
No, well, you sort of can do that, but you're very robotic in your motion because you have to always make sure that one leg, well, you sort of can't, you can only just kind of shuffle. So the initial robots were sort of like dancing, and they had to sort of keep on dancing. And then you get someone that like would kick it and that would kind of react, and it was almost like it would shuffle across, and yeah, it's quite sort of weird. But
there was another video of that humanoid walking in snow, and you know, one foot would go into a soft patch of snow and that would fall down and it would recover. Amazing, yeah, just how quickly it recovered. But the funniest videos are all the fails. So when it does the back somersault, and the first few ones when it gets it wrong, so it lands on its feet, but then it launches forward and it hits its head on the on the table. It's just hilarious. But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, the AI thing, the fact that the dojo was just impressive with the exaflops of learning power. Oh, and it also showed they sort of explained the difference between originally the full self-driving computer or autopilot computer would look at each frame from each camera, and they'd have to label like a witch's hat for each frame of each camera. And that just took forever. And it was humans that had like, well, it was outsourced, then they insourced it with 1,000 people labeling. But now, of course, the full self-driving computer blends all of the 8 cameras into like a point cloud, basically like a 3D point cloud as one unified sort of image. You know, just the complexity of doing that, and the way it, you know, they've revolutionized that whole processing power, and then using Dojo to auto label. You know,
but even just to get into that one image is quite impressive, because every camera, they said, is calibrated differently, so they've got to adjust for that. You know, and it's a they call it a 4D image. So you've got the 3 dimensions
Plus
but
time.
plus time. Yeah.
And they explained that, you know, it's useful. You can't just have a time memory. You need a spatial memory, because you need to remember that 50 meters behind you, there was markings on the road that showed there was a left arrow for a left lane. So that you had to remember not just what happened some seconds ago, but what happened 50 meters earlier. So there's that blend of time memory and spatial memory that it needs to retain. And yeah, it's just mind blowing.
See, what we don't realise, but when we've got our cars on autopilot, and if we're going over a crest and the road's making a turn or what have you, the car can't see the road because we can't see it either. But humans, we've just worked out that there's a good chance that that road's turning right, even though we can't see it. But they were saying it's almost eerie as to how good the engine is at predicting where the road's going to go. So, you know, it looks, you know, it gets its cues from trees, you know, that might line the road, or street lamps, or, you know, power lines or what have you. You know, but, or, you know, at night it might pick up the light beams of the cars in front or whatever you. But yeah, it's yeah, quite amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is mind blowing. Hey, it's getting late, so it might be a good time to wrap up. For everyone watching in YouTube land, please remember to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. Of course, you'll get a notification sometime tomorrow morning, which is all good. For everyone here, thank you very much for being here. Big shout out to Pete. Great article in the local rag. Good job. Good job. And thanks Matthew, Richard, and Rob, and Jared for being here. It's lots of fun.
It was.
Look forward to seeing some of you this weekend.
You're not going to be there though.
No, I won't. I'm sadly not.
In spirit.
No, I'll be in spirit. I would have gone past the Williams Supercharger on the way to Denmark to meet up with Jason of Three Wishes fame and Elon Said OK fame. So
hey,
yeah,
Harold, our member Angela might be down that way. I think she might be the only Tesla in Denmark.
Oh yes, I must say hello to Angela. Yes, definitely, absolutely. So we can catch up and have a minor flock of Teslas there. That would be awesome. But I'm not sure what a collective of Teslas is. We might leave that for homework for next week. A charge of Teslas. That's right. Of course, of course. All right. On that note, it's definitely time to go. So everyone, take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
And all the best.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
See ya. Cheers, guys. See ya.